officers that arrive on the other side of the school. And what the defense has pointed out is that those officers had line of sight of the shooter.
Oh, hello. How are we? Hope you're all well. But that is the first one in today. How are you, my friend? I don't need to pin Sarah P stuff here. Pin message done. How are we? I hope you're all well. Welcome, everyone, and thanks for joining. That is from Sarah P. She's in a meeting being lazy, so she will join us in a little bit, but she'll be here in a while. If you want to support the channel, there you go. Why did I think we were starting at 9 a.m. today? Happy Friday Eve. 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern, KD, I believe. How are you, KD? Hope you're well. Andriel, hello to you, my darling. Good morning and afternoon. It is. Jugs, how are you, Just Jugs? Hope you're doing well. Bad Daz in the house as well. She's late, but she's here. Kelly Eggleston, hello, my darling. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you as always. KD, happy Friday Eve all. We still have 25 minutes. I know, I'm sorry. My bad. Someone who was on the outside of school and saw the two of them at the same time. I'm not sure what that means, but Bad Dad has had a few, I reckon. Had a few drinks. Right, hang on, we go down. Oh, cheapest. Bad Dad has been talking a lot here. Here she is. How we doing? Lady Di, hope you're doing well, as always as well. You know what I think of you.
Guess what? You're a bitch.
So there you go. Daffodil, hello, my darling. How are you? Not seen you for ages. Hope you're doing well. Hope everything's treating you well, my darling. Nice to see you, Daff. Daffodil. Always treats with Will. Something I don't remember the full song now. So we'll do with Will and Bill. Who is Coronado? Isn't that the chief? Oh, now you make me play.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. You gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
So, yesterday's one. Hang on. Hey, this way up. How are you, fella? I now know you're a man, unless you had a sex change overnight. Hope you're doing well, my friends. Ooh, what's that? Okay, that's not an issue. Right, I will tell you what the last witness was called. Because this is why I got timestamps. The content. Live. Then yesterday's one. It was ex-sergeant Daniel Coronado. So yeah, he was with Uvalde. He was one of the three outside. So it's not the chief, it's the sergeant he was. I imagine they're going to be bringing everybody, as in the three of them in. They wanted to do a vote on one of the other officers, as well, they said. It's not him, though. It's not him. That's another one. They're not charging him. That's another one. That wasn't the chief. That was the sergeant. Sergeant. He was outside. He was not the chief. People. Good morning, Rhonda. How are you and Chris? I hope you're both well. Nice to see you, my darling, as always. Good to see you. To see you. Good. Daza is trouble with a capital T. Morning. Right. Hang on. Let me just do this then. Let me edit this one in so I know what the first officer is. Then what I'm going to do, some people ask me all the time, what do you watch? Because obviously I don't watch true crime. He's seeking a change of venue. So this is one of the things that I watch, I like to watch. I'll just give you a quick thing. I love this type of thing. Hang on, let me find it. I was watching this morning and I played it over and over again. Here we go. Right. This is, I love this. I love these.
Ooh, that's
I love that. There's two things here I love, obviously her and the whole chiropractic movement as well. The Y strap. I love all that. Love it. And she's very nice to look at, so I'll keep that for later. Right. So share screen. Let me get Uvalde. That one there. I would. Oh. So Andrea thinks either rest at the end of today or first thing Monday. What about Friday? What about tomorrow? They might rest tomorrow. I don't know. It depends how many family members and teachers and everything. Are they going to bring the principal in? Because the principal's in charge of the school, you know. So there's a lot. Oh my God, so does my weird other half that I am about to say deuces to. I love it. I love all that. I'd love to do a white strap. I'd love to have one, like, you know. There you go. It looks sort of like torture device from The Princess Bride. I know it does, but it's good. I've seen another one where they wind it up and then and it stretches you. That one. Whoo. So there you go. Have you got that on loop? I absolutely do. I always have to have it on loop. But you know, if it does go wrong, you know I can blame. Here he is. Good morning, Dana. Just busy day. Just pop in, say hi. No worries, Dana. It's always your fault. Hope you're doing well, my friend. And as always, send my love to Tracy because we all love Tracy and tolerate Dana. So there's that. Right, let me get this back up. Oh man, I thought today was Friday. No, I thought you did. No, tomorrow's Friday. We got a bit of time, but they might stretch it out even more, even though they don't. Like, the training expert was obviously a big witness for the prosecution. So they got a coach to come back on. The coach was probably going to be one of, if not the final witness. The coach is the one that said that I told him where to go, type of thing, you know. So, but they're going to have these three officers up today, and it's going to be another long day, I imagine. They have a table they strap you down to, and then push button, and it stretches you like the old medieval days, being on the rack. Talk about racks. How are you doing, Dave? How are you doing? I hope you're well. Good morning, bitches. Dana. Dave, okay, I bet they'll wait until the end of day tomorrow to rest. Yeah, maybe. And we don't know how much the defense have got, if any, plus rebuttal witness. So I think they will bring, defense will bring some people. It's Friday. Why am I in the office? I should be home. Should be home with your hubby. Let's talk about the right tackle for the Houston Texans. What about him? I don't know anything about it. I've not heard anything. I don't know anything. I hope it's not dragged on over the weekend. It will be the weekend. They won't. I mean, I think the the defense will need, I think, probably a day or two. Do you know what I mean? So the trial won't end this Friday, but still, hopefully they can rest before then. Nope, I'm thinking that last few witnesses would be more parents or even some of the kids that survived. I wouldn't put it past it. I don't think they'll bring the kids in. I don't think they'd be allowed to, if I'm being honest with you. Maybe they will, but I this is why we've had the parents of the kids in so far, the survivors. If you notice, we've had 2 or 3 now parents of children that survived. I don't know. I think the build-up will be emotion, but the whole case is built on this coach, essentially, your teacher saying we told him where to go. That's their like bam bam. So that's why I was thinking it might end with him or her. I tried one of those stretchy things. It didn't work. It's still short. I know. Don't put it on your dick, Dana, for fuck's sakes. I told you that. You have to have a minimum of 2 inches for it to work, and you don't. So it was never going to work, Dana. I told you that. That he weighs 400 pounds. I thought you watched the playouts. I do, yeah. What do you mean? Houston Texans, number 77. Oh, he's a big boy, yeah, but they're all big, Dave. I did watch it. He's a big guy. But I did watch him for that reason. He's a good player. The state will end their case with purely emotional testimony. But cig and coffee, good morning. No kids. I don't think they will be. I'm really hoping the state doesn't go there, but at this point, no, I think they try to. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to bring children in, but I think that's why they had to bring parents in, or maybe they do bring. I have no idea. I don't know. Is my honest answer. I don't know. I hope they don't, as you guys say. I think that would be, that wouldn't just be a step too far. That would be a leap too far to do that. That would be. I've got no respect for them already, so, but it would be even less if that was possible. He's the biggest tackle I've ever seen, and he's just as good as Penny Sewell. Well, he's a much bigger than Penny Sewell. He can stand there. I stopped guessing anything these days. That's true as well. That's true. Yeah, there's no point guessing anything these days. Oh, excuse me. Anyway, so let's listen to what they're going to say here for a second.
Shoes of the jury, they're going to get instructions being told that him testifying or not should not be taken into consideration. You can't hold that against him. Understandable. But in the real world, if I'm a juror, I want to hear from him directly. And I think he can provide that, especially if he is emotional on the jury stand, if he can connect with that side of it, it would diffuse the anger of the situation. It would diffuse the, hey, we got to hold this guy responsible. I mean, I don't think he's a bad guy. This is an interesting situation where it's child endangerment by omission more than anything else, failing to act.
Right.
Whereas you typically see somebody putting a child in harm's way, somebody leaving their child in the car in the middle of summer for 6 hours.
Right.
Right. You're doing something actively. He's not malicious. He's not a bad guy. I mean, we're talking about, was this criminally negligent? Was it, the failure to act? And I think you really, if you humanize him by putting him on the stand, that would go a long way for the defense in my eyes.
That's interesting because, most of the trials that I've covered obviously have been trials where an officer shot and killed somebody. Right. Amber Geiger, Aaron Dean, those kinds of trials.
Sure.
And they really, well, legally they didn't have to, but they needed to testify and they did. Right. And I would say that I think Geiger helped herself. In general, I would say that Aaron Dean did not help himself in listening to his testimony, but the jury, like you said, needed to hear from them. Why did you do what you did?
Well, I mean, you're asking you're asking to figure out what's in their head at the time. and really it's impossible for anybody to do that on the prosecution or the defense side. But I do think in an emotional situation like this, you know, the question is going to be asked, why didn't you go into the classroom? And if he's got a good answer that explains that thinking in the moment,
Right.
I think that goes a long way.
Well, and yesterday I was struck by, you know, throughout this whole trial, Adrian Gonzales has largely remained stoic.
Very stoic.
Very stoic. But there was one moment yesterday, and during, so they had a doctor who got on, who had responded to the hospital on the day of this, and they had her walk through. Now, there's some stuff we're not seeing, right? So in the courtroom, they're showing pictures of the children. You know, last week there was autopsy photos. We weren't seeing those, thank God. And there was they were showing pictures in the courtroom of the injured children. And you know, she was methodically walking through the injuries that each child had.
Right.
And it was during that, the first time I have seen him show emotion, where you saw him, he appeared to be tearing up.
Yeah. Well, and again, I mean, police officers see danger almost on a daily basis. They deal with threats all the time. And so they're not necessarily very emotional individuals. But yeah, I think it's important for that. If I was his counsel, I would say,
It is under oath. You may proceed.
Oh, here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you tell the jury your name?
My name is Coronado.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
Currently, I'm retired. I'm self-employed.
Okay. And have you had a history in law enforcement?
Yes.
Would you tell us when that started and where your history in law enforcement has been?
Yes, sir. In 2003, I believe I was employed with the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office as a jailer. At which point in 2004, in January 2004, I attended the Uvalde Junior College Middle Rio Grande Law Enforcement Training Center. Graduated in May of 2004, at which point the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office carried my commission as a reserve officer. In 2005, I was hired with the Uvalde Police Department and was with the Uvalde Police Department until 2023.
So 18 years.
Total of 18 years. I did about a year, a little over a year and a half in the Mustang Ridge Police Department, and currently have a reserve commission.
With Mustang Ridge in addition.
2023.
Okay.
Mr. Turner, microphone, please.
Thank you. And could you tell us your history with the Uvalde Police Department? Did you maintain the same rank throughout that period of time?
No, sir. I started out as a patrol officer in 2025.
Excuse me, 2025?
I'm sorry, 2005.
Thank you.
And at which point I one of my positions that I held was a school resource officer. And I was a school resource officer for 3 years, I believe, at which point in 2011, I was promoted to sergeant investigator.
And what's the difference between a sergeant and a patrol officer?
Sergeant is a position that holds a rank that, well, as an investigator, I wasn't in charge directly as a supervisor of anyone at that point. It wasn't until 2014 is when I was moved over to patrol sergeant. At that point, then I had 6 individuals under my supervision.
And so they answered to you.
Yes, sir.
And if you commanded them, they did as you commanded.
As long as it was morally correct and a lawful order, yes, sir.
And then above you, were there additional ranks?
Yes, sir.
And what are those ranks?
At the Uvalde Police Department, there was above the sergeant was a lieutenant, and the lieutenants. So it fluctuated. They had at some point there was a captain, but they ended up restructuring. But it was a lieutenant, and then the chief, and that was it, sir.
So the chief is at the top of the heap.
Yes, sir.
And how many primary law enforcement jurisdictions were in Uvalde during this period of time?
So how many jurisdictions were
How many law
assigned to?
enforcement agencies, or just the primary law enforcement agencies?
Well, there
in
was
Uvalde?
there was quite a few. There was U.S. Border Patrol. There was a DPS. There was local law enforcement PD. There was the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office. A number of constable offices, which and then and of course the 38 Judicial.
Okay. And so let me start with the sheriff's office. Did they have a primary jurisdiction?
Yes, sir, of the county.
And is that of the entire county or outside the city limits?
So it's entire county, yes, sir.
Entire county.
They had a jurisdiction of the entire county, yes, sir.
And the city of Uvalde,
Mm-hmm.
can you tell us what their jurisdiction was?
Within the city limits, yes, sir.
Okay. And then the school district police, what was their jurisdiction?
Their jurisdiction was any of the campuses that we had in the city of Uvalde, including some that were outside the city as well. I believe, I think they had one in Batesville.
Okay. And so if a crime happened on the school district, who had primary jurisdiction over that crime?
The school police would typically take charge of that incident.
And if the school, by taking charge, does that mean that you were excluded from working on the police campus?
No, sir. No, sir. We had a good relation with the campus police officers. We maintained a working relationship with them. They understood. We notified them if there was any investigations that needed to take place. That if we needed to conduct an investigation, we would notify them and advise them, and go from there.
And they would be primary responsible?
Yes, sir.
But would you all assist?
As far as the investigation, they would allow us to do the investigation as long as we notified them. But if there's anything that happened on school grounds during the daytime, they would generally they would do the investigation. Yes, sir.
And so if you went onto the school grounds, would that be in an assist role?
Can you clarify?
Sure. Did you sometimes go on the school grounds to assist the?
Yes, we assisted. Yes.
Okay. And by the same token, in the city of Uvalde, who had the primary jurisdiction in the city of Uvalde?
The city police officers.
That would be you and your group.
Correct.
Okay. And did the school district police, were they allowed to assist you?
Yes.
And by assist, I mean, is that different from taking over an investigation from you?
Of course. I mean, if we had a call and a school resource officer, or I'm sorry, a school officer, campus police officer was in the area, chances are they would stop to make sure that the officer was okay. But no, they never took any investigations away from officers. They allowed them to conduct an investigation and back them up.
And that's the same for you. You wouldn't allow a school district officer to take an investigation over that you were engaged in?
Oh, that's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And is that also true for the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Would you go into the sheriff's office to assist them with an active crime scene and take over or take that decision-making away from them?
No, sir.
You were there to assist or help them?
If they needed assistance, they would ask generally.
Okay, and so that's what we mean by primary jurisdiction and assistance. Is that fair?
That's fair.
As a police officer, and I'll take you directly to 2022, could you describe for the jury in general terms how you were armed or what equipment you had at your disposal?
I had a pistol, a Glock sidearm. I had on that day. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
I had an external ballistic vest. I had a baton, 2 pair of handcuffs, 2 magazines, and 1 magazine in my pistol. I had a tourniquet. I had pepper spray, and I had a taser.
Did you have a rifle?
No, sir, I did not have a rifle that time.
Okay. So you talked about the equipment that you had, both in arms as well as protections. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? And did you have also equipment that assisted you in recording events that occurred while you were on duty?
Yes, sir, I had a body camera.
And tell us about a body camera.
The body camera that we specifically had, we could activate the camera. It would record in audio and video.
Where was the body camera on your body?
On my chest, sir.
And how did you activate the body camera?
There was a button that you would slide down to activate it, and it would turn on.
And I suppose, was it battery operated then?
Yes, sir.
And so tell us about how long the body cameras would last.
That's a good question, because depending on the age of the camera and the number of cycles that that camera had been charged, it would deteriorate over time. But we understood that generally what happened would the battery would deteriorate. We wanted to get as much as we can, so we were always conscious about the battery, the operation of the camera.
So conscious about when you say get what you can, it was important.
Correct. Yes, sir. Well, anytime we would make contact with a citizen, but we would turn it on.
But it wasn't something that was on all day long.
No, sir.
You had to make a conscious movement to turn it on.
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. And that was when you were making contact.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. In addition to body cameras, were you assigned a police car?
Yes, sir.
Tell us how your police car was equipped.
So I shared a Tahoe with another sergeant, and us two, we would have emergency equipment like gloves. We had we carried the majority of our equipment with us. We would take it on and off, but generally we'd have like raincoats, cones, things of that nature that we'd use typically day to day.
And was your police car also equipped with a means of recording important information when you investigated or were involved in an active crime?
Yes, sir. It was a dash camera.
And did the dash camera run continuously?
So it would depend on how the administration would set the camera system, or if they would purchase it. If they, there was a number of ways that they could set up the camera system. My particular camera system, if I parked my vehicle and turned off my vehicle, it would stay on for a certain time, and then it would time out, and to conserve battery so that it wouldn't kill the battery on the vehicle, it would shut down. And then once I turn on my vehicle, and I say this because over the years it would change, but on that particular one, I would turn on the vehicle, and it would boot up, and it would start the camera system.
Okay. And did that play a part in when your dash cam video started recording on this day, May 24, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Could you explain that to the jury and how that worked?
So what happened was, on that particular day, I was at the Uvalde Police Department when the call came in. So I was there for some time, and at that point, by that time, my camera system, the dash cam, had turned off. So when the call came in for shots being fired in the proximity of the school, I jumped into my Tahoe, and when I turned the ignition on, at that point, the process had started where it was booting up the camera system. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. So does that mean then we would have the camera system starting from when you left the city police department?
No, because it takes time for that system to boot up.
And by time, I need to know what you mean by time.
Well, I can't give you the specific time it took for it to boot up. I can just tell you that just like any computer that you turn on, it's going to take time for the system to boot up. And at that point, because on that particular day, I had already activated my lights on my, so what it has is triggers. So anytime a police officer turns on their lights or sirens, depending on how that specific camera system is programmed, those triggers initiate the camera system to start recording. But on that particular day, because I was at the police department, by the time I got on my vehicle and turned it on, I had already activated my lights, but that didn't trigger an automatic recording from the time I left. It took time for that camera system to start booting up. And then at that point, then the camera system then started recording as soon as it could, as soon as the system was booted up. Does that make sense?
And have you reviewed your dash cam from that day?
Yes, sir. It's been a number. It's been some time, but yes, sir, I have seen it.
And when the dash cam begins recording, is that consistent with your testimony about it takes some time to boot up?
It did. I mean, obviously, when I reviewed it, from the time I left the police department to the time I got there, and I was traveling at a pretty high rate of speed, it would make sense that it took that time for that system to boot up the way it did.
And so there's nothing untoward about the dash cam not starting earlier in your travel over to Robb Elementary?
No, sir.
It would just be the standard way the equipment in Uvalde Police Department works.
Correct. Well, my particular camera system, yes, sir.
Fair. And so now I'd like to start with that day.
Sure.
Your position was what?
A patrol sergeant.
And where were you around the 11:30 hour of May 24th, 2022?
That day I was at the Uvalde Police Department looking over police reports.
So the sergeant's job is to also look over police reports?
Yes, sir. We typically what we do is we'll look over the reports and make sure that the reports are correct and approve. We make a proof of the reports.
Okay. And that's how you were occupying your time?
Yes, sir. That's what I was doing. Yes, sir.
And how far is the police department from Robb Elementary?
I would say probably maybe like a mile and a half. Would that be accurate? I'm not exactly.
Just in general.
Yes, sir. I mean, again, like I said, it's not too big of a distance. It's on the west side of the city.
And were you familiar with Robb Elementary School?
I was familiar with it, yes, sir.
Do you have family that was attending Robb Elementary?
I did not have any immediate family. I didn't have any children that were attending, no, sir.
Did you have cousins?
Yes, sir, I sure did.
That were attending Robb?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you familiar with your cousins' age grades in school?
No, not specifically. Not specifically. I knew that. I'll be a little bit more. So Uvalde is a small community. I mean, it has a population of 14,000. I had extended families throughout the city. Okay. People that I grew up with, people that I knew, cousins, second cousins that I've grown up with my entire time that I was living there. And so of course I had cousins that were in Robb, yes, sir.
And so how were you notified about a problem at Robb Elementary?
So on that day, what happened was while I was doing reports, I did hear, we have a radio so where my office is, it's next to what we call the squad room. And so that's where all the officers would go and do their reports, get paperwork, things like that. And so on that particular day, a radio broadcast came out of an accident that occurred. I really didn't. I mean, I acknowledge it, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I wasn't responding to it. I believe that day I had 6 officers that were working. I think I had 2 officers that were at the police department doing reports. At that point, a short time later, then I hear that shots were fired at this accident. I knew that it was a close proximity to the school. It was at that point that I jumped up from my desk and ran down the hall.
And when you heard, and I may be getting too precise, but when you heard shots were fired, did that come from a dispatch voice or a police officer voice?
That's a good,
if you know.
That's a good question. It was from dispatch, I believe. Yes, sir.
Okay. Are your dispatch officers at that time, were they all women?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so as best you recall, it was a woman that said shots were fired.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that triggered a reaction in you.
Yes.
And did you just hear shots fired, or did you hear a location?
Well, I knew it was in close proximity to the school. I couldn't recall specifically if it was, I believe it was Old Carrizo Road is what was broadcast.
And just from you working and living there, you knew where Old Carrizo Road was?
Yes, sir.
And is that also where Robb Elementary is?
Yes, sir.
And so why did that trigger a reaction in you?
Well, I knew that shots were fired and it was a close proximity to the school.
And so what did you do?
I immediately jumped. Like I said, I got up from my office and ran down the hall, and I started yelling for whoever was in yelling distance. I started yelling that there was shots fired by the Robb Elementary, and ran to my Tahoe and got in it and drove towards the school.
So when shots are fired at Robb Elementary, does that mean all hands on deck?
I would hope so, yes, sir.
And that's why you yelled it out down the hallway.
Well, I yelled it out because, again, that radio is being broadcast in the squad room. There's other offices that are inside the hallway. It's not a very big building, but again, it would make sense that some of the officers or detectives that were working that day, because I was working day shift, there might have been individuals that didn't hear that broadcast out. So when I yelled that out, I did notice immediately detectives immediately getting up from their seats and yelling what was going on. And so I yelled out again, shots fired by the Robb School, and I didn't wait there to explain it to him. I just ran out and jumped in my Tahoe.
And you were thinking clearly enough to act when you heard that there were shots fired at Robb School.
Yes, sir.
And how did you act? What did you do? Well,
when I jumped in the Tahoe, I immediately started. Anytime I get a call, anytime I receive a call through dispatch, if I respond to a call, I'm thinking about the potentials, thinking of what could happen, getting in the correct mindset, and trying to think of what I'm going to encounter as I'm heading to the call. That particular moment, I was thinking what could have happened, because again, the first thing that went through my mind was, okay, we had an accident. There's a good chance that maybe there was a road rage incident. So that was the first thought that ran into my head, was or possibly a bailout. That was another thing that we were just getting hammered with bailouts at those back in 2022.
So you have two pieces of information. There's an accident, and then there's shots fired.
Yes, sir.
And you start playing in your mind out the possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
And that is consistent with what you have known as a police officer. That's how you kind of go through, what am I about to encounter?
Sure. I mean, that's something that, you learn. The first things that you learn as a police officer in the academy, when you go through FTO, those are the things that you prepare yourself you prepare to deal with the incident you're about to encounter.
And was there a location also? How did you know where to go?
Well, I was heading in that direction, so that particular moment in time, I noticed that the two officers that I had said that were at the police department were driving ahead of me as I was exiting the police department. I was parked in the back, and I was coming through the rear gate, and as I was coming out of the police department, I noticed the two police officers that were there, and they also started responding to the same call.
And so, even though you're the first to pass that information on, you end up third in that line of officers.
Those two particular officers drove a different route than I did. I believe they turned down Evans Street, and I continued eastbound until I got to what was it? Grove, South Grove. I took a ride on South Grove, and when I got there, those two officers had already been, I saw those two, they were driving Explorers. Those two Explorers were at the intersection of Grove and, what's the name of that street? Geraldine.
Okay. And so we're just talking about a few seconds, but they did beat you to the place.
Yes, sir.
And did you say that's because your car was in the back, parked in the back?
Yes, sir.
Was their car parked in the back too, or
I'm sorry?
were their cars parked in the back too, or
Can
the
you?
two officers that beat you there?
Uh-huh.
Were they parked where you were parked?
I don't know where they were parked, sir.
Okay, fair enough. But you get there within just a few seconds of when the other two officers got there?
Well, I can only say that I got there. They were already there. I don't know. I would assume that it was a few seconds. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me make sure I understand the trip over there. Do you go the speed limit when you're answering a shots fired call?
I didn't know, sir.
Okay. So how fast did you travel?
I couldn't tell you exactly how fast I was traveling. I was traveling at a high rate of speed.
You were in a hurry.
I was.
And did you use any of your equipment on the vehicle as you were headed over there?
Yes, sir. Lights and sirens.
Okay. And the purpose of the lights?
Is to, so the purpose of the lights was to get everyone out of the way. I was responding, what we refer to as code.
And the purpose of the sirens?
Same thing, to alert traffic to get out of the way.
Okay. And so as you approached South Grove Street and Geraldine, at that point, before you turned off your vehicle, the lights and sirens were on.
Can you repeat the question?
Before you turned off your vehicle, were the lights and sirens on?
Are you referring back to when I was at the police department?
The trip down Grove Street.
I never turned off my vehicle, no, sir.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So no, when I got to the intersection, I put it in park and immediately saw officers taking cover behind the vehicles. They were at the time they were receiving gunfire, as what I perceived to be receiving gunfire.
When you say you perceived that they were receiving gunfire, describe how you came to that decision.
Well, so as I was approaching, I saw them taking cover, which means that they were they were on the north side of their vehicles. Their vehicles were facing east. And they were behind the vehicles. And when I got off the vehicle, I could hear gunfire going off. I made my way to where they were at, and my first question was, "Where's it coming from?" They said that they didn't know.
So you had gunfire, but you didn't know where it was coming from?
No, sir.
And the other officers didn't at that time know where it was coming from?
No, sir.
Was there anything in addition to the gunfire that was consistent with the dispatch about the wreck and the shots fired? Did you see a wreck?
No, sir, I did not see a wreck.
Okay. Did you see a truck in a ditch?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do when you got out of the vehicle, asked the officers where the shots were coming from? What did you do then?
So as soon as I got off my vehicle, it was a matter of seconds before I asked them where the shooter was, where they were receiving gunfire. One of the officers says he didn't know, or both of them. I'm not sure. Both of them responded they didn't know. As I am trying to figure out where the gunfire is, I don't hear any rounds coming in my direction. I don't hear the vehicle taking any rounds. So at that point, I decide to get up and look over the vehicle and try to determine where the shots are coming from. I don't see anything. I don't know where they're coming from. But maybe a second or two is when I look over to my left behind me and I see people yelling from the funeral home, and they're yelling out, and I couldn't understand what they were saying. My concern at that point was for them, so I start yelling at them to get back into the building. But as they're yelling at me, I could hear them saying, "He's running towards the school. He's running towards the school." So at that point, then
Let me stop you right there.
Yes, sir.
I believe you said that your officers were taking fire.
Mhm.
Does that mean that you heard those shots while you were still in your car?
That's it. So
I'm trying to understand, because at one point you say you don't hear any shots, but also you say that you were taking fire. I'm just trying to.
I don't. Did I say that I didn't hear any gunfire?
At one point you said you peeked up because you weren't hearing gunfire.
No. So I didn't hear rounds whizzing over my head. Typically what happens is when you're receiving gunfire, I mean, you can hear rounds going overhead. So that was when I said I don't hear any rounds come in my direction. I don't hear any rounds coming towards me specifically, but I do hear the percussion of the gun going off. And I mean, it's a matter of seconds that I'm trying to figure out all this stuff that's coming in my head and figuring out where the shooter is. And I know that I don't hear my vehicle getting hit or their vehicle getting hit. I don't hear glass break. I don't hear rounds penetrating the vehicle. So, I mean, I'm trying to figure out where those rounds are coming from. And when I don't hear that, I'm trying to look, determine where the individual could be.
And that didn't assist you when you tried to look yourself?
When I came up to the intersection, the distance from that location to the school is probably over a football field, maybe 130, 40 yards from where I was at to the school. And anywhere in between there, I'm trying to look and see where the shooter is. So I don't know. I mean, that's a large area to cover to be able to scan and look for rounds coming your way, and also understand that I'm also receiving gunfire at that time, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
So you say you're receiving gunfire,
Mhm.
and that's different from shots going off. Why did you say receiving gunfire?
Well, again, like I said, I went with what I saw at the time, which was officers that were taking cover. I determined that I determined that the rounds weren't hitting the vehicle. So that's when I was trying to stick my head out and try to figure out where these rounds are coming from.
So by receiving gunfire, what does that mean to the jury?
To me, at that moment, I know that there were shots being fired, but I don't know where. I don't hear rounds hitting the vehicle. So I don't know. That doesn't necessarily mean that I'm not receiving gunfire. Does that make sense?
And why does it not mean that you necessarily are not receiving gunfire?
Well, I'm trying to make that determination in my head is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to make that determination where the rounds are, where they're coming from, all those things in a matter of 10 seconds, 8 seconds.
Sure. So a round could be coming your direction and not hitting a vehicle.
Correct.
And you could still be receiving gunfire.
Yes, sir.
And so that's in one part why you're saying you're receiving gunfire.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair?
Yes, sir. That's fair.
I'm sorry. Okay. And so you peek over your vehicle
Mhm.
and you say it's over 100 yards. Is that correct?
That's correct.
To the school.
Well, where I'm positioned at that moment in time, there's an entire open field from that ditch where the vehicle was after the fact that the vehicle was found. From that area, there's an entire open field.
But the
And-
vehicle was already there, wasn't it?
Well, I know that now, but at the time, no, I did not know there was a vehicle that was
Fair
there.
enough.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to give you an understanding where I'm at, where I'm positioned at the intersection.
Okay.
What I see out there is an open field, and then I see a building, the Robb School buildings.
And was there anybody in the open field?
I could not see anybody, no.
And between the open field and the building, is there a parking lot?
Yes,
And this was a school day?
yes,
Were there cars in the parking lot?
yes, I could see vehicles, yes, sir.
In the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would that shield the view of somebody behind those vehicles?
It could potentially, yes, sir.
And so as you looked, you didn't see a gun.
No, sir.
Did you hear any more shots?
I know that, like I said, I know I heard rounds going off initially when I get there. My attention turns back to the individuals that were yelling. And at that point, then I ran back to my vehicle, my Tahoe, and I proceeded to see if I can locate the individual shooting rounds.
Because the people at the funeral home were
Yes, sir.
yelling at you?
Yes, sir.
Did they give you a direction to go?
Towards the school, that's all they said. I believe that one of them had said he was running towards the school.
So you hear gunshots and then a witness tells you he's toward the school. Those two things cause you to act,
Yes, sir.
and you act immediately.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you hear going toward the school, you get up and jump in your vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And what do you do in your vehicle?
So the reason why I decided to jump back in my vehicle is because what I thought in my mind was he was running through the school, towards the school.
Okay, that's two different things I need to understand. To the school and through the school. I need to understand those two things.
Well, I was, again, I'm trying to process what people are yelling behind me while hearing gunfire.
Sure.
My concern is also for their safety and well-being. I'm yelling at them to get back into not knowing that they're trying to pass information on to me. And again, all this that we're talking about everything that we're talking about has happened in a matter of seconds. And so I'm trying to figure out what is going on, where the shots are coming from, in the same time taking rounds, what I perceive taking rounds, and trying to determine where this individual's at. When they yell, he's running towards the school, through the school, they're also quite a distance from me. They're yelling from the front door. So I can't clearly hear exactly what they're saying, but I know that they had said something either through the school or to the school along those lines.
And would you describe their voice? Did it seem like they were excited,
Yes, sir.
stressful,
Stress, yes, sir.
but you still relied on their information?
I was relying on whatever I could see here and whatever information I could use.
And that's from your 15, 18 years as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
And so you got in your car?
Yes, sir. I got in my Tahoe and I proceeded eastbound towards the front of the school.
And I think I got lost in my own questioning. There was the words to the school and through the school. In
Mhm.
your mind, you're making that.
Well, again, because in my mind, I'm responding to this call and I hear gunfire going off. I see officers taking cover.
Josie, I'm of turf. They aren't as lovely fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely.
I'm trying to determine, then I hear individuals behind me yelling he's running to the school or through the school. And my whole thing is, again, you have to take into account where my mindset was at. I was thinking, okay, I possibly have an individual that got into an accident and is trying to get away from us, trying to shoot at us, and I need to find this guy and stop this guy. So when I figured that he was running through the school, I was going to go around in front and cut him off and flank him.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So in your mind, because it's either a road rage or a bailout, at that point, hearing shots, dispatch has told you there's shots,
Mm-hmm.
and a witness says either to the school or through the school, that's the body of information you had at that time.
Correct.
And so you acted on that information.
Yes.
And you went for the purpose of, why did you drive again? Or where did you drive, I should say, what street?
Well, I drove my Tahoe to the very front of the school. What I was anticipating was this individual was running through the school to go through the school. My intent was to go and flank him and stop him there.
So you're thinking through these things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you get to the front of the school?
Yes, sir.
When you got to the front of the school, what did you do?
When I got to the front of the school, I saw a vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed towards the front of the school where I was parked. Immediately, I had the chief of police for the school district show up, Pete Arredondo.
This was his primary jurisdiction,
Yes, sir.
and he showed up at the front of the school about the same time you did?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, what did you do when you saw that it was Chief Arredondo?
When I saw it was Chief Arredondo, I mean, I know him personally. I was relieved to see him. And he's showing up. And so
When you say relieved, why does that relieve you?
Well, just someone that I know. It's just someone that I've worked with him a number of years, and so just seeing someone that I knew. It's not that I didn't know him or know anybody else. It was just for some reason I had someone that was there with me. In other words,
Had you worked with him?
Yes, sir. I had.
Were y'all of the same rank when
No,
you
sir.
worked together?
No, sir. He had more time than I was. He was actually acting chief. I'm not sure if he was chief of police of the Uvalde Police Department at one point.
And what was your rank at that time?
A patrol officer.
So he had considerable more experience than you did.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, as in regard to Peter Arredondo, what did you and Peter Arredondo do? Describe that for us.
So immediately we both run towards the school to try to find the individual that was shooting. He's asking me, "Where's he at? Where's he at?" I relay back to him, "I have no idea. I don't know." At that point, we run towards. So at Robb's school, there's a like a circular drop off on the very front of the school, and so we went through the front gate through there where they drop off the children. We ran through there and ran underneath the breezeways and ran past the cafeteria and front office, continued running and ran down one of the breezeways. I want to say it was second to the last one, the furthest south.
So this run from the front of the school with Peter Arredondo, on that, were you walking or running?
No, I was running.
And why would you be running?
Well, I was trying to find where this guy was, this guy that was shooting at us.
Was time important?
I would say so, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you gather or get any other information during this route that you just described for us?
No, I was just actively searching for the guy that was shooting at us.
Okay. This might be a good time for you to kind of show us the route that you were taking. May I approach you? I know that you, of course, said I'll give you a second to kind of familiarize yourself. And because we got jurors that are here all the way to here, so the pointer might help you not get in their way.
So
Let's start with where you drove and where you started.
Yes, sir. So this is where this is the direction I came from. And I drove on southbound on South Grove. And when I got about right here, I see the two officers that are already parked right there. They're parked facing east. And when I get there, I stop my patrol vehicle there. And it was at that point that I jumped off the vehicle. And like I testified earlier, that's when we were receiving gunfire. The individuals that were yelling are over here at the front of the building. And as I'm getting here, I'm scanning all this area from this all the way to this. In the meantime, I'm receiving what I perceive to be gunfire, rapid gunfire. And I'm looking through all this area trying to see if I can see anything, but it's a considerable distance from here to there. At that point, when I determine, or when I hear the individual say he's running towards the school, I don't know where he's running towards the school, but obviously where I'm at here, I know he's running eastbound. I know that he's running eastbound. So at that point, I drive my vehicle this way, and I end up parking right here. Chief Arredondo comes and parks right there, and we both run towards the front of the school.
Let me stop you right here. So everything you have just described, was that captured on your dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you get on foot, is that correct?
When I park here, yes, sir, I'm on foot here.
And after you get on foot, then the dash cam doesn't really help us with you.
No, sir. Okay. No, sir, not really. I run through here with myself and Chief Arredondo. This is where the curb, the drop off where the gate is at. I run through this gate and run to this hallway here. It's an open hallway. It's just like a covered. And I run with Chief Arredondo, myself and him, run this way. And I want to say we got to right about here.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, then we start running up westbound towards the breezeway. At this point, we still don't know where he's at, where anything is. We don't know where he's located. It's at this point that I have enough time and I activate my body camera.
So that's where you activate your body camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The delay in activating had nothing to do with not wanting people to see what you did?
No,
before?
not at all. I mean, I again, like I said, prior to me even getting there, I'm that's not the first thought that runs through my head. Before, like I said, before I get off, I even see that officers are already taking gunfire. It'd be nice.
Sure.
So again, like I said,
let me stop 1 second.
go ahead.
But I think you also said that when you got on foot, you gathered no other information.
No, sir. Well, I'm actively searching for the guy, for the suspect, the individual that was shooting at us. As I'm running through here, I'm looking down the breezeways, looking every which way. I still don't know what he's wearing, what he looks like. The only thing that I had heard was he's running towards the school. I get no description of the individual, nothing like that.
And so where is it again where you activate your body cam?
I'm running through this breezeway right here.
Okay.
Under this building right here.
And so you activate your body cam, and does that thereafter pick up the information during this active shooter situation?
Yes, sir.
And show us, and then I'll sit down and talk about it, but did you end up in the 4th grade wing?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
Did you end up in this building?
I did, yes,
By
sir.
the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Just show us that route, and then I'll sit down and we can talk about it.
Okay. So as I'm running through this wing, as I said earlier, I activate my body camera, and we're running through the wing, myself and Chief Arredondo, and I notice what individuals over here on the south side of this building. And it's when I get to right about the edge of the building, I hear muffled gunfire. And
Do you do anything when you hear the gun? I was going to sit down. If you can just show me the direction you took, then I'm going to sit down and ask you all those questions.
sure,
Just the direction.
I continued westbound towards this building, and then that's when I heard the muffled gunfire.
And so when did you enter the building? You did it.
Erin Hatchie
Yes.
drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hatchie drives a bus all day long.
Sir, I proceeded this way after hearing the muffled gunfire and entered the south side of the building, this building here.
And now I want to talk about that in a little bit more detail.
Yes, sir.
So you're running down that area that you say, you activate your camera,
Mhm.
and at some point you hear muffled gunfire.
Yes, sir.
And do you react, in other words, do you say anything when you hear that muffled gunfire?
I immediately yelled for the officers that I saw, the two individuals that I had determined to be officers, to run inside the building.
Okay. Is that all you said, run inside the building?
I can't remember exactly what I said. I was under stress and I yelled for them to run inside the building.
Will your camera pick up what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did they go to the building?
Yes, sir.
And did they enter the building?
Yes, sir, they did.
Did they enter ahead of you?
Yes, sir, they did.
Okay. And did you get there shortly thereafter?
Yes, sir.
And was anybody with you when you got there?
Well, the two officers that were there, Chief Arredondo, had entered the south side of the building, and I entered after them.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't believe anyone entered behind me.
Okay. And what pace did you go toward that building
As fast as I could.
when you heard the shot?
Yes, sir.
Muffled as they were, and why did you decide to run to that building?
Well, I had already ran through. Again, I had already searched that area of the breezeways. The way the building is, the way the buildings are, it's an open. They're open buildings, open classrooms through these wings that I was showing you. And when I got to that last wing, I heard muffled. I don't know exactly where they're coming from, but I know that I hear muffled gunfire, and that's the only building that's left there. And so, I yell at the officers to get in the building.
Okay. So because it's muffled, your conclusion is it's not outside.
Right. Yes, sir. Well, I made an educated guess and figured that it was from coming within the building. I don't know for certain because I don't see anything. I'm only responding to the muffled gunfire.
You're just aware enough to tell other officers where they should go,
Yes, sir.
and that was into the building.
Yes, sir.
For what purpose? Why would you want them to go into the building?
Well, I didn't know if other officers were receiving gunfire. I didn't know where the gunfire was coming from. I don't know if officers are engaging in a gunfight, whether they're being shot at or they're shooting somebody. But regardless, we need to get into the building.
It's a school day
Yes, sir.
during school hours.
Yes, sir.
That's a school building.
It is a school building.
Were you concerned about kids at all?
From the moment I got there, yes, sir.
Okay. And so you went into the building too.
Yes, sir.
And tell us what happened when you went into the building.
As I entered the building on the south side, we slowed down a little bit and were quickly walking through the hallways. As I'm entering the building, I'm looking around, and the first thing I notice is the entire hallway is dark. It's dark. There's no lights on. I see what appeared to be smoke throughout the entire hallway. I can
Could you smell anything?
smell something burnt. Something was burning. I could smell.
Have you been around gunfire before?
Yes, sir.
Have you practiced on the practice range
Yes, sir.
and fired guns?
Yes, sir.
What did that burn smell like?
It smelled like gunpowder.
Okay. And so tell us what you did.
Well, as I'm walking through, I'm trying to look around because we don't know where the individual is, whether it's even one or two individuals, three individuals. We don't know anything other than shots were being fired. And as we are making our way through the hallway, it's dark. There are no lights on. It's extremely quiet. We don't hear anything. And again, like I said, that there's like a cloud of smoke throughout the hallway. And the officers continue going through the hallway, and I keep looking back to make sure to cover behind us. Because at this point, like I said, we don't know where this individual's at or whether there's more than one. And when I look down the hallway, I see the walls that have been perforated would look to be gunshots, rounds that went through the wall.
Is that important to you?
Absolutely.
And so why is that important to you?
Well, I knew that gunfire. Well, the first thing I thought was, okay, well, we're in this hallway. I knew that at any moment we could receive gunfire and rounds were going to go through the walls.
From inside the rooms?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was thinking, you know, we don't have any cover through here. We're making our way through here where there's no cover, but I knew that rounds had gone through the walls. There were sheetrock. So that's what I was looking at. I looked over and I saw holes in the sheetrock, and I also saw spent brass rounds on the ground or
But
floor.
there was no gunman in the hallway?
No, sir.
Did you still feel like you was in that building after seeing the holes in the sheetrock and smelling gunpowder? And did that make you think, well, the gunman was?
Well, I am trying to process where this individual is. I don't know who shot the rounds or any of that. I just know that I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I'm processing everything that's coming.
So do you say anything when you see these holes in the walls?
I know. I told the officers to watch out that there was rounds through the wall. I want to say when I reviewed it, it didn't come out the way I thought it did, but that was my intent, to let these guys know that the rounds had gone through the wall.
So there's a difference between coverage and concealment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So was this, if somebody was inside the room and you're in the hallway, was that coverage or concealment?
Concealment.
Not coverage.
No.
Because there were holes in the wall.
Correct.
Fair enough. And how many officers then entered the South door during this initial phase?
3 and 4, including myself.
And who was that?
It was myself, Chief Arredondo, and what later I found out it was Officer Adrian Gonzales and Sergeant Page.
Not Donald Page?
Donald Page, yes, sir.
That's the 4 that entered the South.
Yes, sir.
And Adrian Gonzales and Donald Page entered before you.
Yes, sir, they did.
Were those the 2 men that you saw at the south side of the building?
I saw 2 individuals. I later determined that they were them. I wasn't, again, like I said, my mind was going 100 miles an hour, so I didn't necessarily, I knew they were officers. I didn't know exactly who they were. I just knew that there was 2 individuals in front of me. I knew who Chief Arredondo was because I was right next to him. But again, I'm looking down at a good distance and I'm yelling for them to get inside. I wasn't concerned exactly who it was
at the time,
but I learned later on that it was Adrian.
Okay.
And Donald Page.
Okay, because you're in the hallway with them and then thereafter you were with them.
Well, yes, sir.
Okay. And did any officers come from the west door during this period of time as you're advancing?
No, I know that well, I don't know at that moment. It's not until after there's gunfire that I realize that there's other officers on the other side.
Okay. And so at this point, you're at the south end, advancing through the hallway, but being
Yes, sir.
careful,
Mm-hmm.
looking back,
Mm-hmm.
and tell us what happened.
As we're making our way down the hall, walking north from the south end, we're walking through, and at that point I hear gunfire. I see an officer grab the back of his head, which was later determined to be Lieutenant Javi Martinez.
You know him.
Yes, sir, I do. He's employed with the Uvalde Police Department.
Okay.
And I saw him grab the back of his head. I hear officers yelling, "Are you hit? Are you hit?" And he says, "Yes, I'm hit."
Okay. And was that gunfire coming from behind you or from in front of you?
In front.
Okay. And so you hear gunfire, Javi Martinez hollers back, "I'm hit." Did he say anything else about his condition?
No, sir.
Okay. And so what happened next?
At that point, I can hear radios going off trying to break and trying to relay information. I also grab my radio, try to hit the radio to let officers know. Because at that point, once Officer Martinez is hit, someone, I think it's him, he yells out, he's on the classroom over here to my left. And so at that point, I don't know specifically right then and there, but I know he's in one of the classrooms ahead of me. And I know that there's officers more than likely coming this way. So right when that happens, myself and Officer Adrian Gonzales run out the south end and start radioing traffic of what's going on to our responding officers.
And I don't want to get ahead of myself. Y'all do run out the back end.
Yes, sir.
And that's
South end.
about the south end.
Yes, sir.
That's about 30, 35 seconds after this discussion about how
It's difficult for me to tell exactly seconds and how long it took, but yes, sir, that's what happened.
But your body camera's working during that
Yes,
period
sir.
of time.
Mm-hmm.
And does your body camera pick up not only visual, but also the sound?
Yes, sir.
And did it pick up the sound of a discussion that happened before you exited the south end?
After reviewing my camera, yes, sir.
And what was that discussion?
I believe it was a conversation between Adrian Gonzales and Pete Arredondo.
And what was the conversation?
There was some discussion about calling SWAT.
Okay. And that was between this defendant, Adrian Gonzales, and Pete Arredondo.
Yes, sir.
Within seconds of when there was actually shots being fired
Yes.
from inside a classroom,
Yes, sir.
Adrian Gonzales and Chief Arredondo were discussing calling SWAT.
Yes, sir.
And would that be the opposite of confronting the shooter?
Would be the opposite? No, I think we were trying to formulate a plan to confront the shooter.
And that would be to call SWAT.
Yes, sir.
Wait for SWAT to get there.
Well, I don't know if they were necessarily waiting on SWAT. I know that I think that they had determined that we were, so I can't answer as to what they were thinking, but
I just asked you.
for sure.
Okay, fair enough. It was just call SWAT.
That's it. That's all I can tell you. Yes, sir. After reviewing the camera, they had mentioned something about calling SWAT. Yes, sir.
And then y'all moved out. You and Adrian Gonzales moved out of the south wing.
Yes, sir.
And did Adrian Gonzales call for SWAT?
Yes, sir. I believe he did.
And what did you do with your communications at that time?
I noticed that whenever I exited the building, Adrian immediately immediately positioned himself on the east side, on the south side, but the east side of the building on the corner. I looked and I noticed that he had his pistols drawn and he was covering the east side of the building because we both were concerned that he might jump out. We had officers that were already in the hallway, and Adrian immediately positioned himself on the corner watching the windows.
And as to those two officers, Adrian Gonzales and Peter Arredondo, who would have been of the highest rank?
Well, Chief Arredondo.
And did you ever go back into that West Wing?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ever see Adrian Gonzales go back into the West Wing?
I do not recall. I don't remember specifically.
Okay.
I saw him throughout the incident.
Sure. So now I want to ask you, you have had a chance to review the dash cam as far as when it first turns on.
Yes, sir.
And until you leave with Arredondo at the front of the school.
Mm-hmm.
State Officer Exhibit 1040. It just stops after.
Based off the Mr. Turner's representations to me, Judge, about this video, no objections.
Submitted. And so the dash cam, as far as its relevance to the jury, it will show when it turned on while you're at the intersection. Is that correct?
Say it again, sir.
As far as the relevance to your testimony,
Yes, sir.
the dash cam will show when it turned on and where your vehicle was and the people in front of the dash.
Everything that I testified to, yes, sir.
All the way up to the north end where you parked.
Correct.
And then at some point, you and Arredondo leave the side of the dash cam.
Yes, sir.
And that's the only relevant part the dash cam picks up as to what your actions were that you testified.
Yes, that's fair.
They will display Exhibit 1040.
Yes.
And I want you to be started and stop it real quick and just point at the direction. Okay, could you stop it? And I know that you weren't worried about the exact times or seconds, but it's the time and seconds up there on the top left.
11:33:07.
Okay. And you don't know if somebody has synchronized that to make that comment?
No, sir.
Okay. So tell us what is in the foreground at the very bottom of the picture. Can you explain the black?
This is the hood of my my assigned vehicle.
Okay. And tell us about the other two cars in that photograph.
There are two other vehicles that were here positioned facing eastbound. This is Officer Blue Mendoza, and this is Officer Saucelo.
Blue Mendoza?
Yes, sir. Jesus Mendoza.
Jesus?
Yes,
You also call him Blue?
yes, sir.
Okay. And the other officer?
Officer Saucelo, Juan Saucelo.
Okay. And is that an accurate depiction of, are you there also?
Yes, sir. I'm right here.
You're in the lead? And is this where you're looking up over the car?
Yes, sir. Well, actually, this is where I turn left, and I'm yelling at the individuals at the funeral home to get back inside.
Okay. Now, we
This is
can
where I
always see, we'll just play it through
Okay.
and then I'm going to have some questions. Okay, could we stop it there? So this is the point that you get in the car to drive north?
Yes,
is that
sir.
correct? And we're a little ahead of it, but this time it says 11:33:34.
Yes, sir.
You've already pulled out and are on the way down.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, could you stop it? So a few seconds before 11:34:11, a vehicle appears on your dash cam. Whose vehicle is that?
That's Chief Pete Arredondo.
And so the dash cam then picks up what happened with Chief Arredondo. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you describe who that is in the picture on the far left? Or far right? Could you back it up?
Chief Pete Arredondo.
Okay. And are you in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Where are you? Okay, and this is 11.
Well, actually, no, that's not me.
Okay, let's back it up just a little bit more. If you'll play it from there and tell us where to stop when we see you.
I think that's me right there. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay, let's stop it and go back. Where Pete Arredondo. Were you still in your car when Arredondo arrived?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
You were already out.
I got out of my vehicle, and like I said, I heard a vehicle coming at a high rate of speed, which was him. I also.
As we watch this, I just wanted you to be able to point out if you saw yourself. We can start there. Tell us to stop if you see yourself.
I'm not exactly, that could be me right there. I'm not exactly for certain, sir.
Okay. Coming in front of the car,
Yes, sir.
but is that consistent with you following Arredondo in the
Yes, sir.
building?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you go ahead and play. Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction then of you coming to the intersection, receiving gunfire, being told the location and driving, and then
Yes, sir.
your dash cam is of no real relevance as far as what you did from that point on? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then took the path that you described for the jury.
Yes, sir.
And at the point where you have explained to us, you turn on the body cam.
Yes, sir.
And does that then show the additional movements that you had in relationship to other officers?
Yes, sir.
And this is not just video, but audio, is that correct?
Not the dash cam. The dash cam doesn't have any audio, but the body cam, as soon as I activate it, I believe seconds after I activate it, the audio picks up.
Thank you. Tendering state to Exhibit 1041 to the defense, and this is the body worn camera, and it contains about 15 minutes of, yes, and it stops before children are evacuated, way before.
Based off his representation, Judge, no objection.
Okay, submitted. May be displayed.
Yes.
What?
And so, does this show a fair representation of where you are
Yes, sir.
when you activate your body cam?
Yes, sir.
And who is in front of you?
Pete Arredondo.
Thank you.
Guys, we
Okay. Does the body camera now show police cars
Yes, sir.
and also the general location of these two men that,
I can't make an accurate, I can't see the two individuals right now.
they're kind of small?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you'll go ahead and go. Thank you.
You let me in the building!
Okay. Stop. So did you see them?
Yes, sir, I did.
And so by the cars that we just saw, where were these two men?
They were in front of, or I'm sorry, next to the south entrance of that building.
Okay. Between the cars and the south.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you guys are saying that he's possibly in the building on the... Oh shit, shots fired! Get inside! Go, go, go!
Laying on the one female shot in the head.
I'm sorry to interrupt there, but that's kind of an odd dispatch that comes to you.
I thought so too, yes, sir.
A female shot in the head on D Street.
Yes, sir.
But that comes in after you've already made your trip around the elementary school and just before you're going in. To
Yes,
the
sir.
South entrance. And is that the first time you'd heard that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Shots fired inside the building, man!
Are you feeling me?
Earlier in your testimony, you said that it was dark.
Yes, sir.
Does it appear that there are lights on?
I don't know if those are lights or skylights.
Okay. But is this the condition that you saw the hallway in?
Yes, sir.
Could you see other officers?
I could see other officers in front of me, yes, sir.
Thank you. And who are these officers depicted in your body cam?
I believe Adrian Gonzales and Chief Arroyo.
Thank you.
Careful, guys, shot fired! Take over.
Did we just hear the words "get SWAT"? Get SWAT?
Yes, sir.
And who was that conversation between?
I believe it was with Chief Arredondo and Adrian Gonzales.
Okay. And was this on a school campus?
Yes, sir.
And it's because it's on a school campus, who had primary jurisdiction?
School police.
And you were there to assist?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Shot feels like that. That's fair. That's supposed to be Ronnie. You hear it? You Ronnie what?
Stay right there, guys!
Oh, she could take it this office.
Was that east corner that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And was Adrian Gonzales at that east corner?
He does get there. Yes, sir.
Oh, he's not there at that point, but he does get there.
Yes, sir. I think we were trying to advise officers that were approaching where the shooter was possibly located.
Thank you. And when we see Adrian Gonzales, just tell us to stop. And we'll
Sure.
stop.
Okay, guys, he's inside this building. We have him contained. He's gonna be on the building on the west side of the property. Careful with the windows facing east, right there. Have
And an officer outside said, see that window shot out there? He's going to be in that room.
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
Adrian Gonzales.
So he was aware of that defect in the window on down the road.
I don't know about a defect, but we knew he was trying to advise officers where he was inside the building, more or less.
Okay. Based on a window on that east side.
I don't know if he saw anything in the window. I just know that's what he was trying to. He was concerned with officers approaching is what was going on.
And we're still looking at that east corner. Is Adrian Gonzales posted at that east corner?
At this point, no.
Okay.
no subject with an AR.
That's what you also get in, that's all here. Officer shot.
Is Adrian Gonzales anywhere at that point, or maybe you could point out for us where he is?
I think as I move over to my left, he's on the right of me, on the right side of me. I'm not sure.
Did you see him as we were panning that?
Can you rewind it?
Yes, please. And tell us where you see him here.
AR.
That's what you also get in, that's all here. Officer shot.
He was right behind that bush.
Behind the bush.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
There it is. There it is. You got the also USD is 555 years. 555 years. USD is stacked. That's it.
Okay. And what do we see here?
It's Adrian Gonzales.
Okay. And is this when he approaches that east side that you were talking about?
Well, and earlier when you asked me if I had seen him, he was looking on the east side of the building behind the bush. You couldn't see him really well, but I could see his feet there. He was like I said, concerned with individuals approaching the east side of the building, and he figured, just like I did and everybody else.
Now you're telling us what he was thinking?
I'm
Will
sorry?
he let his witness answer the question, please? It's his witness, and he asked him a question, he's trying to answer it. He's on direct.
Go ahead and finish your answer, sir.
So again, he was positioned on the east side. As officers were approaching, he was yelling at them to be careful because the shooter was on that side of the building from the information that we had. And I think he was concerned with officers approaching.
Sure. I was just trying to understand the difference between him being on that building versus back behind the bush.
Well, the way he was positioned, I think he was trying to get around to see what was going on. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. All you saw was what you saw.
All I saw is what I saw. Yes, sir.
Fair enough. And could we run that through? And did you see more of Adrian Gonzales at this point? Sorry. Well, go ahead. And now is this the first time you've seen him positioned at this corner of the building?
If you were asking me if his head is on the corner of the building, yeah, that's the moment he stops at the corner. And I mean, he's on that area right then and there from the moment I explained to you that I saw him on the camera.
As it's just clear from your body cam. where he was, we can watch.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Hold on, guys. I need any available units. Go ahead and bring shields from the PD, please.
Feel free, but any agency, come on, help, any agency available.
Over here. He's in the middle. Careful.
And where is Adrian, is that Adrian Gonzales?
Yes, sir.
And where is his weapon?
He has his weapon holstered at this point.
It's holstered.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Oh. Then, can you contact DPS as well? I'm sure they're aware. Get a helo above the area. Also, if they have any ballistic shields, make location.
Could be right next to the school.
Except where he's not subjects in the school on the west side of the building. He's contained. We got multiple officers inside the building at this time. We believe he's barricaded in one of the offices. Must have was still shooting.
What equipment do you need from the PD?
Except for whatever we have, we're definitely gonna need some flashbangs if we have any.
Sometimes it can be locked.
I'm not sure, but we have a housing tool break it. Guys, careful! Shoot in the window!
Celtic travel this one. Call. So does he miss me that to the costume? See if the cops is in there right now or if they're calling out. Again, it's me, this is costume. All right, switch over to PD primary. Switch to PD primary.
Go ahead and see if you got the a mirror too. There should be a mirror there, so that we can go ahead and look around corners here.
122. 2 units. The classroom should be in session right now. The class should be in session. Isn't it? 19, you said it.
Oh no.
Uvalde is just arrived 401 stating he's got the shooter over one of them in a white coat. He's going to be armed with the rifle. Repeat, armed with the rifle. He's requesting for a spot by the funeral on the top of the building.
I don't know, 412. I don't know what she said.
703, now they want to give you 28. That is going to be the suspect's vehicle. Frank Noah King, 5522. Frank Noah King, 5522.
I know, it's 1050.
833, 304, where do you need me at? Tobacco Rush, at the south side. Yeah, boy. You have a lot of people pulling up on, over here by the funeral home as well.
Tip four, have some officers that are available, keep everybody back.
For 2 units, I've got 2 ASO deputies on location as well, we're just east of the building.
Does anybody have flashbangs?
Copy units, were you clear with my location with 101 with the shooter inside the building?
Three windows on fire, so show me on the here. Around.
I saw a teacher on the ground, and I thought she had tackled somebody.
Who said I saw a teacher on the ground and I thought she tackled somebody?
Adrian Gonzales.
She didn't say, I thought she had a gun.
I'm sorry?
He didn't say, I thought she had a gun.
No.
I saw a teacher on the ground and I thought she tackled somebody.
Yes, sir.
When I came up, she was by her side. I saw her running, and I called the desk. I thought she tackled somebody.
Hey, 920, can you call the Del Rio office, let them know what's going on, see if they get all somebody's called it? Good morning, hold on there, Montana, something.
When I call her, keep it clear, because that's all I'm saying.
Quan, what's your claim?
I'm over here on the south side of that building that we have him in. If you can, go through Geraldine, and there's a parking lot. You should be okay. We got coverage over here on the west end of the building. No, she has tools.
Step up.
Uvalde. If you haven't already, get a hold of BP as well. Just to let you know, we do have a suspect that's been seen in the classroom. The windows are facing east. We have officers surrounding the area. We also have officers inside the building. We got cover on the west side of the building. It's a brick building. He's shot several times out the window towards the east.
We do have 2 deputies east of the building, just southeast.
Hello. Yes. Hello. Man, we have a shooter inside the school. I can't talk right now. Well, I've done the high school too, just because the parents are gonna go crazy. We're attempting to locate, contact all the schools.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction then of the first few minutes that you arrived?
Yes, sir.
At Uvalde, Robb Elementary School.
Yes, sir.
In Uvalde.
Mhm.
And am I correct? Well, let me just ask.
About where were you when you saw the two officers? Did you later find out the two officers, Adrian Gonzales and Donald Payne, that were testifying?
Yes, sir.
Where were you when you saw those two officers?
Right about here, sir, in the breezeway here.
And they had not been in, they were not in the school at that point.
No.
And so from that point, would you backtrack where you had come before you first saw Adrian Gonzales?
As I explained earlier, I came down this breezeway here and up this sidewalk between the office and the cafeteria and through the drop-off area, the student drop-off, and where I parked my Tahoe.
And then your car, where did your car backtrack for your car?
So from here, from the front of the school, from the northeast corner front of school, I drove from Geraldine. I crossed over this front lawn here through Geraldine and to the intersection of Grove and Geraldine Street.
And backing up from there, that's where we see you at the intersection.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Tendering State's Exhibits 1049 through 1056 for the defense.
Okay, I'm just waiting for the defense to do the cross because, you're right, Leader. They are going to portray that he stood there, put his gun in his holster, didn't move.
Maybe display them out.
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 1049. Can you tell us the time that is depicted there?
11:35:20.
And the man in front of you?
Chief Pete Arredondo.
And you may have to approach the screen to tell, but do you see the two police cars there?
Yes, sir.
And do you see the small figures of the two officers?
Yes, sir.
Would you point those out with your stick? So would they be closer to their police units or the south entrance at that point?
They're next to the patrol units, yes, sir.
Thank you. In State's Exhibit 1050, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
It looks like Chief Pete Arredondo.
And where is he on that diagram?
That's as we're approaching the that west building on the
Does he
south
appear
end.
to be at that sidewalk, that crosswalk?
Yes, sir.
And would you point out on the board what we're talking about the park, about the sidewalk?
Yes, sir. He's right about here.
Right on that crosswalk,
Yes, sir.
just as he's leaving the crosswalk?
Yes, sir.
And where is the closest police vehicle on this map at this point?
Somewhere in this area right here. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, we'll go back and see it.
Sure.
Fair enough. And the time is
11:30, 5:39.
11:35. And the next photograph, exhibit 1051. What is the time?
11:35:50.
So this is about 11 seconds later. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you see Chief Arredondo at that point?
Yes, sir. He's approaching the south entrance.
And to be fair, he's not actually at the south entrance at that point. Is that correct?
No, he's approaching the south entrance.
He's still a couple of steps away.
Yes, sir.
And unfortunately, your arm is in the way of some of this. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Bouncing up and down.
No, sir. I'm actually activating the button on my radio.
But I mean that your arm is moving.
Is
up
it?
and down
Yes, sir.
because you're in action.
Correct.
So he is at this point, has he crossed that area and is about parallel with that east side of the building.
Yes, sir.
Still has a few steps before he gets into the south.
Couple steps. Yes, sir.
But that's about 11 seconds.
Yes, sir. According to that timestamp up on top.
Okay. And now showing you State's Exhibit 1052. Do you see Adrian Gonzales in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And would you point him out?
Yes, sir. He's standing on the corner there.
And would you point out the white police vehicle in that photograph? Thank you. And as the photograph, and we saw Arredondo leaving the sidewalk, about where would that have been? So it's about, in general, about the same distance from the vehicle to that south door as it is from
It's
that
really
side.
hard to tell distance with those pictures. I really can't get a good, I mean, you're looking at a picture facing that way. It's hard to tell exactly.
Okay.
I can tell you where they're positioned, but it's difficult for me to say.
If you're just on State's Exhibit 1, you're pointing out again where the photograph that showed Arredondo on the crosswalk,
Right about there, yes, sir.
and the vehicle that we see in this exhibit is on the screen.
It's south of the sidewalk here,
Right about there.
somewhere around here, yes, sir.
So we're not saying exact, but in general, the same distance.
I'm sorry, same distance to
We're not
what?
saying the exact distance, but it's generally the same distance from this crosswalk to the south door as from the police vehicle to the south door.
Yes, sir. I mean, within a couple, yeah, in general, yes.
And we could ask somebody that's actually measured it.
Sure,
And they could tell us exactly.
sure.
Fair enough. And exhibit 1053. What are we looking at here?
That looks to be the parking lot of, on the west side of that building.
And that was the condition it was in when you were out there?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
Because this is your body camera.
Yes,
And so is that the condition of the cars that were there during,
no cars were moving in and out, no, sir, not that I'm aware of.
so that would have been the condition of the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
And moving down that parking lot, exhibit 1054, does that move down the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Is that also accurate?
Yes, sir.
And exhibit 1055, is that also accurate?
Yes, sir.
And finally, exhibit 1056.
Yes, sir.
And is this the far north end of the parking lot?
It's hard for me to tell what's, I don't know if it's a farm. I can tell you it's on that parking lot, the West End parking lot.
Okay, could you point out the vehicles that we see there?
I see 7 vehicles in that frame.
Okay, could you point them out? Thank you. And also showing you State's Exhibit 1. Which parking lot does the photograph that's being displayed show?
Right here, sir.
And this last photograph, does it show what area of that parking lot that we're talking about?
Yes, sir. I don't, what exactly, I don't know what that is.
Not part of the parking lot there.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, I'm asking about the parking lot.
No, I'm explaining, this is exactly what the parking lot, I don't know what that is. But
My question is, if you show.
I apologize, I'm just explaining what I'm seeing
Sure,
here.
that's fine.
But yes, this is the parking lot that you're talking about.
And this photograph specifically, which part of the parking lot?
This part of the parking lot right here.
Okay. And where were your officers parked at the intersection?
Over here, sir.
And so looking toward that building, would you draw a line, what a direct line of sight would be to that park? Okay, and to the cars that we just saw?
The way they were positioned and what they were looking, it was anywhere from this area here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes. And the parking lot here, these cars that you just described,
Yes, sir.
and from this position,
Yes, sir.
would these cars be between the building and the line of sight?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And officer, have you trained about when you actually fire a shot?
Yes, sir.
And when you fire a shot, you're responsible for where that shot goes?
Yes, sir.
So what do you pay attention to when you're looking at not only a target? Do you look at other things?
First, you have to determine the target and see your target. And then you have to, it's also, you have to be aware of the backdrop.
What is backdrop?
Directly, whatever's behind your target.
Okay. And why do you want to be aware of the backdrop of what's behind the target?
Well, rounds, even if you hit your target, rounds can go through your target, or rounds can go, if you don't hit your target, you're also, you could possibly hit what you don't intend to. So you have to be aware of the backdrop.
Okay. And in this case, from the position that you and the other officers were looking toward the school, and that area of cars I just spoke about,
Yes, sir.
is there a backdrop there that concerns you?
Well, the entire area concerns me. I mean, we're talking about a school, and yeah, there's a building here that belongs to the school.
And not only the building, but as the building, could you tell us what it was made up of, what the construction was, just in general terms?
Well, this is a brick building here, and there's cars all parked through here. Is that what you're asking?
Are there windows?
There's windows, yes, sir, all through here, yes, sir.
And can bullets penetrate windows?
Yes, sir.
And after penetrating the window, is it still dangerous?
Not only that, but you also have a building over here, buildings over here as well. From the position we're at, I mean, there's the line of sight, there's several buildings.
Okay. With windows?
With windows, yes, sir.
And did you come to know that this is a classroom, a building full of classrooms?
Yes, sir.
And it was a school day?
Yes, sir. Well, yes, sir.
During school hours?
During school hours, yes, sir.
And if your men are here, that would be a backdrop to be concerned about?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Would you send around down that way with that backdrop?
Not unless I'm certain, and not unless I'm quite certain that I'm going to hit my target. I definitely would be concerned with my backdrop for sure.
And you said that was over 100 yards, 130 yards?
About 130 yards, yes, sir, over a football field.
Is that a pretty good distance?
It's much more than what we train, yes, sir.
Okay. So what is your training distance with a rifle?
I think the max that we shoot are 50 yards.
So this would be twice as far as you normally train?
Over half.
Because while you were there at that intersection, did you get any requests from your officer?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell the jury what that request was.
At some point from the time I exited my patrol vehicle to the time I made it to these two officers that were there pinned down, Officer Salcedo had said permission to fire. He made that comment.
Okay. Did you respond?
I did not respond.
Did you see what his backdrop was?
I knew what his backdrop was, yes. I don't know for certain, but I know there was a backdrop of a school, yes, sir.
And when that request came to you, did that seem odd to you?
It did seem odd to me, yes, sir.
Explain that to the jury.
Well, typically when you're being shot at and you have an individual that you see if you do see an individual with a gun, I've never been asked or have ever heard of anyone asking for permission to fire. I mean, I don't know what he was thinking or why he said that. I don't know if his concern was, and he just wanted to clarify with me.
Doesn't object to speculation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking.
I don't want to ask you what he was thinking. Did he ask you that question?
He did ask me that question. Yes, I can answer what I saw and what I knew.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
And so you did not see specifically his backdrop.
I did not.
In general terms, his backdrop.
Correct.
Would it have been irresponsible for you to give him direction, not knowing the specifics of his backdrop?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so you did not respond, did you?
I did not respond, no. Well,
or did you? I'm sorry.
No, I did not respond, but the thing is that happened within 1 or 2, 3 seconds. I mean, you can clearly look on my dash cam from the minute I get there to a couple seconds is all it took for me to get in my vehicle because they were yelling at me. In between from then until I was trying to comprehend what was going on. I was getting a lot of information. I was trying to determine where this guy was. And in the middle of all that, he says, I think I see him, permission to fire. And for maybe a second or two, then at that point, then I heard the individuals yelling, he's going towards the school and left and drove towards the front of the school. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, before coming here today, did we also ask you to listen to the dispatch that occurred that first 6 or 7 minutes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to listen to that dispatch?
I was.
And were you able to recognize your voice on that dispatch?
As best I could. I have a pretty similar voice to Adrian Gonzales.
Okay. And did you also, were you able to identify Adrian Gonzales' voice?
As best I could, yes, sir. Yeah. I remember what I was saying on the radio, I think, is what I determined.
You remembered what you said?
Yes, sir.
So that helped you identify your voice?
Correct.
And then you remember, or things that you did not say would not be your voice?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And your voice is similar to Adrian's?
Somewhat, yes, sir.
Okay.
I could see where a similarity was. I was trying to distinguish between the two.
And when you previously listened to those dispatches, were you able to identify Adrian Gonzales' voice on the dispatch?
I believe so.
And may we approach him?
You want me to approach you?
Yes, please.
Oh, have they gone to Cyber, have they? Who asked for permission? One of the officers that was with him, there's 3 of them. So he was in charge, and there's 2 others with him, I believe, if that's what you're asking. Thankful cameraman showing us this map. However, it's a pretty bad one.
Let's try to get about 10 minutes. We will resume with this witness as soon as y'all all get back. Will everyone rise for the jury?
Okay, Tali. Obviously, we have Tali Hafar as our legal analyst today. It feels like we've gone all the way around the world.
Yeah. It's hard to explain. This day and age, I mean, I feel like this case is being prosecuted decades ago, right? We know there's dash cam footage, there's body cam footage, things that didn't used to exist a long time ago. There's been all this talk about it. If I'm a juror, show it to me. I want to see it. We always talk about if you're going to call a witness or put evidence on, get to the point. It has to have meaning. And the first 45 minutes.
No, it was a 3 at the top. So if you remember, there was 3 at the top in line of sight. So it was this guy and 2 others. Adrian was the other side.
It's maybe an hour of testimony today. We just got bogged down in details. And I could just imagine, much like you and I are sitting here, show us the footage, show us the footage. The jury is surely thinking the same thing. And honestly, as soon as that body cam footage came on and they're going through the school building and you were reminded of what an elementary school looks like, with a little green and white on the walls, and you see the smoke and the description of the smell of gunpowder, and morally and emotionally, you're just thinking, for the love of God, somebody go do something. And that's what the prosecutor wants, right? He wants that visceral reaction, like, go do it. And then it gets bogged down with these little questions, and he gets into the minutia, and we go back to the map of the parking lot, and it starts to dilute that emotion for me. And as a juror, I'm wondering, where are we going with all this?
I don't know. I wrote it down. It took us more than, it was 10:14. Hold on. It was more than an hour before, 11. Okay, so at 10:09, they start playing the dash cam, which is more than an hour into his testimony. And then, it's just taking forever to get there. It's very circuitous.
And honestly, I mean, again, it was so impactful. That's a, in the scope of what we're looking at in terms of scoring points on one side or the other. As a prosecutor, you put that out there, you get the jury basically in the eyes of this witness. I mean, you literally are at the scene, walking through it. You get a feeling, you understand everything. And again, it's do something. That's all I kept thinking about. But then they kind of back out of it. And by all those questions and kind of going back around and around, again, you're just diluting the process, the feeling.
Did you kind of get the feeling that it seemed, if sometimes this whole trial has felt like less would be more?
100%. Yeah, the build-up with this witness, with Sergeant Coronado, was a little too much. The prosecutor started to score points when he finally got to the action items, right? The sergeant testified about how a call went out about shots fired. And what did he do? He jumped up and yelled out, shots fired. And he ran to his car and jumped in and let's go. And the idea was to create a juxtaposition. He is all about action. This is what we want our officers to do. Put on that cape and run to the scene and do something. And Officer Gonzales did it. But that's really not the situation, because the line of questioning comes.
And he does go to the scene.
Not only is Gonzales at the scene, but this same officer, Sergeant Coronado, starts talking about how Gonzales was in front of him. And
going into the building,
when they're walking into the building. And so you start thinking, well, wait a minute. If you're trying to show this discrepancy, well, it sounds like Gonzales was doing the same thing. So what exactly is your point here?
Well, and he talks about how when he arrives on the scene that he doesn't know where the gunfire is coming from. I'm trying to make a determination where the rounds are coming from. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. And I'm thinking to myself, wasn't that what Gonzales is doing?
Exactly. Yeah. And I noted that as well. I mean, I think it's good for the defense. In fact, so good for the defense. I would be tempted to subpoena and call other officers. I mean, the sergeant says, we don't know if it's 1, 2, 3 individuals. It's dark in the hallway. There's a cloud of smoke, not sure what's going on, which all goes to the defense's theory of, hey, it's easy to be in this sterile environment and pick things apart. But at the scene, while yes, we want them to, emotionally make a reaction and go do something, they really weren't sure what to do.
Right. And this is definitely like a massive effort of Monday morning quarterbacking Gonzales's actions or inaction. One of the things you were talking about is you'd said to me, you've talked about you would have a question for him on cross-examination.
Yeah. My very first question is, Sergeant, tell us what you've been charged with. Mm-hmm. And of course, everybody would be confused. Well, these similar allegations, I mean, these same allegations that we could make on Officer Gonzales, can't they be made against you? Yeah, I mean, he's with the police department, maybe not with a school resource officer, but I mean, there's still an issue of child endangerment here, of inaction. And I do think that could be really damaging to the prosecution. If I'm a juror, I'm wondering, well, is this witness for the defense or for the prosecutor?
Right. Yeah, it's hard. Their whole, well, speaking of that, so we're going to see, obviously, eventually, if we ever get there, well, we will get there at some point, cross-examination of this guy. Right. So you obviously told me your first question. Where are you going after that? Yeah,
well, I mean, you just continue to lay the groundwork of confusion, trying to figure out what to do, assess the situation, what could you have done? I mean, I can't imagine, from what we've seen and heard so far, Sergeant Coronado is going to say, yeah, what Officer Gonzales did was wrong.
Right.
He failed to act. If you're standing behind him, why aren't you pushing by him? Why aren't you saying, let's get into that classroom? Why aren't you just disregarding everything? I mean, they're shoulder to shoulder.
Presumably, he's had active shooter training.
Yeah.
Yes,
of course you would assume that.
We're expecting perfection from Officer Gonzales.
I mean, he can't even sit up there and criticize and say, well, that footage, and they lingered on it for a while, of Gonzales on the corner of the building, and he had his arm up there, and he's making a phone call, and the prosecutor said, well, where's his gun right then? Well, it's holstered, to try to leave the impression that Gonzales is not even ready in case something were to happen, and essentially he's kind of shutting down. Well, who's filming all that? Well, Sergeant Coronado.
Right, he's got
his body
cam on. Yeah.
Well, he's standing out there with him. He's making the phone calls with him. So again, it's kind of odd to call this particular witness, and they're doing that because his body cam is capturing it. But they're basically together.
Right.
So you're trying one individual and saying he failed to act, he endangered these children, but the person right next to him, also a peace officer, who did the same actions, is not being tried. And in fact, we're calling him as a witness on our side. It's very confusing.
Yeah, this entire trial has been much like that. Yeah. It very much feels like Adrian Gonzales is the stand-in for every police officer out there that day.
Yeah, I agree. I think the prosecutor could have got in and got out, made their points, and moved on. But by asking all these questions and kind of letting this linger a little bit, and it seems like it's going to go on for a little bit more, I think it's actually damaging their case. You make a point about, we want officers to act, react quickly, get out there, do something. Great, score all those points. The body cam footage inside the school was very emotional. It's very, I mean, I are sitting here watching.
You called it a horror story.
It's like watching a horror movie. I mean, it is terrifying. And had I watched that footage and no other questions have been asked, sitting as a juror, I'd say, yeah, somebody needs to be held responsible. Why are y'all not doing something? And I would try to find a way, see if the law would fit, right? Try to make it kind of fit it in there. because it is. I mean, it's so emotionally draining and scary, and you hear that gunfire in the background, and you think about those children. They should have just left it at that, right? Gotten to the point and been done, and let the defense try to handle backtracking from that emotional impact.
Why do you think they're not doing that?
I don't know. I mean, it's really a good question. I don't know these prosecutors. I don't know any of these attorneys. Everybody handles cases different ways. Everybody learns to try a case a different way. And sometimes people think you need to supply more, when in fact, I truly believe less is more. Get to the point, let the jury hear it, get out, let the other side try to fix it or address the issues.
For me, it brings to mind, when I'm doing a story for TV.
Yeah.
Right. And I look at my script and I go, I've gone on this tangent. I've gone on that tangent.
Right.
I need to, what is the elements that I absolutely have to 100%. Have in this story? And obviously in my case, I'm trying to, batten down the hatches. So it's not,
it's editing, right?
Right. You're trying
self-editing.
You're trying to go, okay, sort of what's your, what's the story?
Yeah.
And then what are what are the spokes that I have to have?
Yeah.
And it's like they have not told a linear story.
Yeah.
They've just every day, I've sat and I've watched this entire trial, and I'm going, it's like we're going all the way around the world. And when you're trying a case that is as extraordinary as this,
right?
This is the first police officer in the state of Texas to be tried in this way. And granted, Arredondo's also been charged, but not yet tried. And the only other case similar to this was in Florida, with the sheriff's deputy who was assigned to that school was charged and then ultimately found not guilty. It's a heavy burden. So it's like, what? You want the emotional testimony, but you've got to tell the jurors a story.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think it's somewhat easy to get bogged down. And when you add a lot of evidence and you call witnesses and ask questions endlessly, it's easy to think that that's lending import to the situation. Of course, this is such a big thing, and so I'm going to put 100 pieces of evidence in. When in fact, if you have one picture that is extremely powerful, that'll stay with a jury much more than 100, 99 somewhat good pictures and one impactful one. And that's what we're having here. The prosecutor's asking all sorts of questions that without almost getting to the point.
Yeah, and there was times I could not understand where are we headed. You and I were sitting here talking about it. I'm like, I don't know what they're doing.
And it's unfortunate. You're right, because this is a very big case. Oh, I think they're coming back.
We're back.
1039, and admitted now this witness that you did identify the voices.
All right, proceed. Thank you.
These are not accurate as to the actual times. It's just with the instrument placed on that time. Okay. I just want to make that clear for us at this time. And so as to the radio traffic that is timed by the machine is 11:29:43. I'm going to play that for you and ask you if you can identify either specifically or generally who that is.
Really good.
11:15, I can have you around to 7:15 Oak Creek Road. Road have a one vehicle Aston White pickup truck crashed in the ditch. Have a caller advising male subject has a gun. Really bad shots fired, Channel 4.
And so did you recognize that voice?
The dispatch?
So that was the dispatcher?
Yes, it was dispatch advising the traffic for 315.
First, that there was a wreck.
Yes, that there was a wreck and that the complainant had advised that there was a gun involved. And then seconds later, shots fired is what she said.
And is this what drew your attention to get in your vehicle? And go
Yes, sir. I believe so. Yes, sir.
Thank you. 11/30/15 is what his designation is.
Location of PD traffic Uvalde.
Geraldine and Old Carrizo, Geraldine and Old Carrizo.
Do you recognize those voices?
It's a dispatch advising the officer that had requested what the traffic was, which was to say what's going on.
And if you don't know, that's fine too, but the officer, did you know who that was?
It's been a number of years.
Fair enough. Next dispatch.
Can you advise that something's jumped the fence, they're gonna be in the school?
Who was that voice?
Dispatch.
Thank you. The next one.
Do you know if there any smoking in it?
Yeah, I'm clear, responding from the PD.
That's mine.
That's you?
Yes, sir.
You notified dispatch you're responding from PD.
Correct.
And is that standard operating procedure?
Yes, I'm advising that I'm en route to assist.
Thank you. The next one.
What is talking about? Okay, what is your location?
715 Oak Carrizo Road has several subjects running.
Beautiful, Valley. Did you go ahead and notify the school at Robb School?
Is that an officer saying notify Robb School?
Yes, sir. I believe dispatch was advising that there were several subjects running.
Is that an officer saying notify Robb School?
Yes, sir. I believe dispatch was advising that there were several subjects running.
Okay. And did you know who the officer was that says advise Robb School?
I could not with that clip, but there was an officer responding.
Thank you. Next clip.
Yeah, that's something to get officers.
Good, I you just advised you to go ahead and tell the school to shut down.
So we're trying to make contact with them right now.
That was me advising dispatch to shut the school down.
So as you're driving over there, you're thinking about things that would be to the benefit of the community.
Right. Well, again, yes, sir, because we're responding to a crash where someone had a gun and had shot rounds, apparently, from what the dispatch advised. And so, given the close proximity of the school, I'm asking them to go ahead and shut them down if they haven't already.
Thank you. And what's your call number?
309.
So when we hear 309, that's you.
That's me, yes, sir.
Next one.
Everyone, there's somebody coming up at 60. Any description of the subject?
That's Blue Mendoza. Jesus Mendoza.
That's the list or further, as soon as you get there. Sir, I'm coming up to Uvalde.
I believe that's going to be,
Turning up, do you have a description yet?
Not at this time, sir. Caller cannot remember what you would like. I have one other complaint on the line, letting us look at last June, corrections, last and June. The application was jumping over the fence into the schoolyard.
So far, you got me about school. Okay, let's call 23.
And so there's a description given,
yes, sir,
and that's by who?
dispatch.
And what is the description?
Can you replay that just so I can, because I'm, at the same time you're asking, I'm trying to figure out who's saying what.
That's not fair to you, is it? Okay, let's go about halfway back.
Not at this time, sir. Caller cannot remember what you would like. I have one other complaint black jeans, black and jeans. The application was jumping over the fence into the school yard.
Wearing black and jeans.
Okay.
Come on, now you're not cool.
And who's saying Charlie?
That's Jesus Mendoza.
Jesus Mendoza?
Blue.
Sometimes some stuff we can hear better through here.
And the next one?
Make contact with the right, and you have the truck behind us.
He's behind the school.
Who's that?
Sounds like Adrian Gonzales.
Adrian Gonzales is saying the location at this point.
Can you replay that just so I can?
Yes.
Make contact with the right, and you have the truck behind us.
He's behind the school.
Yes, he's behind the school, he says.
Judge, pursuant to officer completeness, can they play the rest of that?
Yes,
It says,
please.
behind the school, supposedly wearing black. Can you please play the rest of it?
I didn't know we turned it off. I'm sorry.
It's turned off.
Yeah, let's go ahead and finish it up if you're gonna ask more questions, but
The rest of it.
Play it.
Or did you clip just that part?
It's the next call.
That's the next call. We didn't do that right.
or you can play when you get the witness. But
Yes, sir.
let's proceed.
Play it.
Your over guy said, whoa, it's on fire.
Stand back, we got fired. Stand back.
Unit advised caller stating that nothing is going to be back at the school, back at the school.
The west school, on the west side of the school, by the vehicles.
And who was it that said on the west side of the school by the vehicles?
I believe that was Adrian Gonzales.
Thank you.
And Judge, that's the point where he says supposed to be wearing black, so can you play the rest of that?
Well, once again, if you want to play it when you get the witness, you can play it when you get the witness. But let's finish it up.
And the next one?
Supposed to be wearing all black, all black.
That was Adrian Gonzales, yes, sir.
And that's just on the same, it's on the very next segment. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Do you know who that was?
No, sir. That was me.
That's you?
Yes, sir.
And when did you make the statement? I think you made it into the building, guy.
As I was running up the breezeway.
Okay. And we hear that on your body cam. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The next one?
Contact the school police.
Community 105 Uvalde, the PD units are at Robb School. 31105 as well.
You know who that was?
No, sir.
Next one?
Can you clear on one topic? Guys, somebody stay back over there. The other perimeter on the other side. Somebody stay over there. Hey, Chapa, go back over there. Somebody can give me a cell phone over here on the, knock it off.
So at that point, I believe it's going to be me and Adrian communicating relatively at the same time.
About setting up a perimeter?
Well, yes, sir. Asking officers or advising officers. I believe it's also on my body cam where officers are approaching and we're explaining to them that this is where shots are either coming from or where the individual's at, the suspect.
Okay, thank
For the third one, I'm gonna go to North Road.
Yeah, switch over to PD side. Switch over to PD side.
Were you able to recognize that?
I don't, no, sir.
Okay, next one.
Somebody can give me some fire unit over here. Look like perimeter, yeah.
That was Adrian Gonzales, I believe.
Right there, yeah, right there. I need somebody come into a parking lot, 304.
I believe that was Adrian Gonzales.
And is that why you're saying, give me some cover over here?
Yes, sir. I believe he was trying to. Again,
Well, I just, what you said, what you took from me said.
Well, from what he's saying right there on the radio transmission, he's asking 304, which I believe is going to be Mariano Vargas. He's directing him where to go.
Regarding cover for him.
I don't.
Oh, let's play it again and see if
Sure.
that helps.
Somebody can give me some fire unit over here.
Stop.
So he's requesting a cover unit. Yes, sir.
A cover unit? What
That's
does that mean?
another unit to assist.
And what does cover mean?
So if I'm requesting a cover unit, it's backup, another unit.
Thank you. Next, go ahead and play it all the way.
Look like perimeter, yeah. Right there, yeah, right there. I need somebody come into a parking lot, 304.
And who's that?
Sounds like Blue Mendoza. I'm not sure. Jesus Mendoza.
Okay. Thank you. Next.
Just a point.
You recognize that? When, on the statement where Adrian Gonzales is asking 304 for cover,
Mm-hmm.
did that happen before y'all went in the building or after?
That's going to be after, I believe.
And were you already there?
Yes, sir. If you, do you want me to answer that?
Yes, please.
So most of the radio traffic that you're playing is after we already went inside and then came out, and we're trying to direct individuals to where the incident's happening. It's unclear whether they know or not, but we're advising responding officers and where to position themselves and where cover is, where the best approach is. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
So this is after you yell, shots fired, get inside the building.
Yes, it's after we already have entered the building and have come back out when we're asking for radio to break.
You've already been in the hallway
Yes, sir.
where shots are fired,
Yes, sir.
and there's shots that have gone through walls,
Yes, sir.
and you know it's classrooms
Yes, sir.
during a school day
Yes, sir.
at a school grounds.
On school grounds, yes, sir.
And Adrian Gonzales is asking for cover.
He's asking for a cover unit, yes, sir.
Next one.
You may be inside the building.
And whose voice was that?
I don't know. I can't distinguish.
Do you know what the statement was?
No, sir.
Can we play it again?
That was a 700.
Inside the building.
I don't know who that chimed in, but a 700 unit is going to be a county unit.
Well, what was the statement that was made?
I believe he said he may be in the building. Is that what?
Yeah.
Is that what you heard?
Yes.
That's what I heard.
You heard he may be inside the building?
Yes.
Does that indicate that at that point they don't know who's inside the building?
Right. Yes, sir. I believe so.
And who was that made that voice?
I don't know.
And the next one.
The 701 Uvalde have been advised that there's a woman that's been shot in the head off of Diaz Street. Woman shot in the head off of Diaz Street by a unknown subject.
And do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
Sheriff.
And I believe on your body cam, you showed us where you were when you heard that call come in from the sheriff.
It's difficult to say because I don't know if he's repeating information or if that's the initial time he requested it. It's difficult for me to say accurately if that's another time that he's broadcasting. I don't know for certain where in the timeline that happened. Does that make sense?
Sure. So you didn't hear the dispatcher yesterday say that she provided all the communications for a 6-minute period of time?
Are you asking me if I heard dispatch say that?
No.
I haven't.
Okay. And had you heard that, as we played it all going down the list, have you heard any other communication of that woman being shot on the head on Diaz Street?
The first time I hear that was as I'm approaching the south side of the building, as I'm running into the building. But I don't necessarily know if that's the last time someone relays that information or says it on the radio. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
And this morning, as you've listened to us go down this list, have you heard that communication any other time other than this time?
I don't believe so.
Next one.
Good, thanks.
That was a pretty short clip.
I have no idea.
Thank you. The next one.
We got a shield, we have a shield. Okay, the buildings are saying that he's possibly in the building on the 701 CDU got reported a woman shot in the head laying on Diaz Street. The one female shot in the head.
And did you recognize those voices?
Yes.
And who was it that said he's possibly in the building?
So I'm a little lost in the flow of things, but if you're asking me right then and there that I can remember going over reviewing my camera, my body camera, that's whenever the sheriff is saying that there was a woman shot on Diaz Street.
And is that when you said he's possibly in the building?
Yes.
Okay. Does that give us kind of context?
Yes.
Okay. And the next one.
It's just hard for me.
Sorry, stop. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just
Didn't want two things.
no, sir. So it's hard for me to distinguish what other people are transmitting or what they're saying. I know you're asking me to identify. It's just I'm trying to answer the question as far as where did it happen, when did it happen. It's just, and it's hard for me because I didn't make any of those transmissions. For the ones that I'm pointing out to you, I can explain who. It's just difficult for me. You're asking me if we had already made.
That's fair. And I'm really asking you to identify the voices that you can identify.
Okay.
Right? That's the purpose of
Yes, sir.
playing this for you. Thank you. Next one.
Shots fired inside the building, ready? Excuse me.
That was me. Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that what we also saw on your body cam?
Yes, sir.
And the next. Was that the last one? So have you done what you could do to help us identify the voices that were there?
As best as to my knowledge and what I could. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
May I proceed, Judge?
Please.
Good morning. If I call you Sergeant, Coronado, it's only because I've been looking for weeks and weeks
I
and weeks
understand, yes,
at
sir.
reports. But do you prefer Mr. Coronado, or does it matter if I do either one?
It doesn't matter,
Okay.
sir.
We saw each other yesterday in court, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you know that I'm one of the lawyers representing Adrian.
Yes, sir.
And have you ever testified before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In criminal cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you understand cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to ask you questions, and I want to tell you ahead of time. I'm going to ask you specific questions.
Okay.
And I'm going to push back on you, okay?
Mhm.
A little bit?
Yes, sir.
A lot of it, I'm sorry. And I'm not questioning your character. I want to make sure you understand that, but I am going to question your decisions and your perception.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay. But if I get out of line, just say, Nico, you're out of line or something like that, or repeat a question.
I
Talk
definitely will.
fast sometimes. And so I'll repeat that, okay?
I will. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we talk about jurisdiction,
Mm-hmm.
a Texas peace officer has jurisdiction everywhere in Texas,
Yes, sir.
right? I mean, so you have duties. County sheriffs will deal with the county. City municipalities will deal with the city inside of a county, correct?
Correct.
School officers primarily are assigned to schools, but if they see something or vice versa, you're a Texas peace officer.
Correct. Yes, sir.
So the whole discussion about that just has to do with your job description, not your authority under Texas law.
I'm not going to conduct a traffic stop outside of my jurisdiction, if that makes sense.
Yes, sir, I understand that.
My-
But you as a Texas peace officer can make arrests and you can respond to crimes.
Yes.
Yes, that's all I'm trying to do.
Okay. Yes,
So the government also asked you about body worn camera, and we saw dashboard. We're going to talk about both of those.
Dash cam.
And when we say dash cam, that dash camera. So we say dash cam as a slang to say dash camera. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And dash means dashboard.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so body worn cameras, as you know, can be helpful,
Yes, sir.
but they also can be taken out of context.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that a fair statement? Because when someone's wearing a body worn camera, it's kind of like maybe a body worn camera, and a lot of people wear it on their sternums.
Mhm.
When they first came out, some people kind of wore them up on their lapels,
Yes, sir.
and it was kind of weird. But so people wear them on their sternums because it's center mass, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if I turn my torso, I'm gonna hopefully get what I'm turning my torso to, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if my torso is facing the audience and I do this camera's not gonna pick it up.
That's correct.
And so that's why I'm saying context can be taken out when you solely depend on body worn cameras, but they're helpful.
Yes, sir.
And so you were at your office on the day of incident,
Yes, sir.
and you were performing your duties as a sergeant, and you were approving reports.
Correct.
And so when you mean approving reports, you were just, what do you mean by approving reports?
What I mean is I read over the narratives. There's certain things that I'm looking for in the reports. They, especially offense reports. I'm making sure that all the reports that had been assigned for that day are completed. An officer responds to a call for service and generates a report, and those reports have to be done in a timely manner. So I'm looking to make sure that all those calls for service, there's a report attached to it. In the offense reports, I'm looking to make sure that the offense fits the narrative. I'm looking at elements of the crime and making sure that the officers are including all the elements, and it's a clear, concise report. If there's things that are missing or things that need to be amended or reports, I bring it to their attention, and then either they're explaining to me what's going on or they'll fix the report.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, it does. I
Okay.
understand that process. And so you were also, but thank you for explaining it.
Mhm.
And you were also asked by the government about, did you have any family members at Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir.
But then you went through an explanation, and the jury's heard that Uvalde was such, I'm going to say is still, such a nice, small-knit community.
A close-knit community.
Close-knit community.
Yes, sir.
So especially in the Hispanic community, someone may not be your biological or familiar uncle, but you'll call people tío and tía for your aunt, even though, I mean, I'm half Hispanic, so I mean, I get it. But it's that kind of closeness there, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Someone can be called primo, cousin, but they're not really your biological cousin, but you just feel that family environment in general.
In general, yeah, you can be referring to that if that's what you're asking me.
That's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Okay. So when you were there working at your office, you got a radio call for a 1050.
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't directly to you, correct?
No, sir.
It was, but that means 1050 means accident.
Correct.
Okay. And then at some point after that, and I don't know if it was clear, but at some point after that, dispatch reported shots fired.
I believe there was mention of somebody with a gun at first, and then it was shots fired.
Okay. And so an accident with someone with a gun doesn't tell you a whole bunch, because in Texas, you're allowed to carry guns as long as you're not a convicted felon, as long as you're not a gang member, or as long as you're not committing a crime other than a Class C misdemeanor, right?
Yes, sir.
Then people can carry a weapon. And so that alone is not concerning. The gun itself, or is it?
If someone carrying a gun, is that what you're asking me?
Yes,
if it's
sir.
a concern?
Yes,
no,
sir.
I mean, we do have, but in the context of the call coming out, well, yes, it's going to grab your attention. There's a reason why dispatch is relaying that information. Obviously, someone saw a gun, and we're talking about an accident. So does that make sense?
Yes, it does. That's not what we're going to go there. And so,
Okay.
yes, and so there's something concerning about that report. It wasn't just mentioned just for the heck of it, right?
Correct.
And so you know that through your experience.
Yes, sir.
And then shortly after that, your concerns were verified because they said shots fired.
Yes, sir.
And so you testified that you jumped out of your desk rightfully, and then you went to your vehicle, but on the way you called out to two other officers in the office with you.
The other officers I don't know if I made a general broadcast out loud. Shots are being fired as I'm running to my vehicle. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. And with those two officers, was that Officer Saucedo and Officer Mendoza?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Okay. And so those are the two officers that ended up leading you, not leading you, but they were ahead of you.
Yes, sir.
And were on that corner on that dash cam. Okay, so I'm just going to need context to make sure we understand. So it was Officer Saucedo and Officer Mendoza. And just for clarity, there's two Officer Mendozas, right?
Yes, sir.
There's Officer Jesus Mendoza.
Correct.
And then there's Justin Mendoza.
Correct.
And so this one is Jesus.
Correct.
Okay, so Officer Jesus Mendoza and Officer Saucedo happened to be, not because you wanted it that way per se, but they happened to be ahead of you and they drove to the scene.
Yes, sir.
You also said there were other detectives in the office. How many detectives were there?
I knew there was detectives in there. I don't know exactly who was there. I wasn't concerned with that. I was just broadcasting. I knew that there was detectives present. I want to say I visually saw maybe Detective Landry, Sergeant Page, and maybe Lieutenant Martinez.
Okay, just in general.
Just in general.
Now, at some point after, did you, because you heard some of the dispatch, are you aware of the dispatch communication between Gilbert Limones and the 911 dispatcher? It's part of the same group of conversations, but earlier on that we just heard.
Can you tell me who Gilbert Limones is?
I will. He is one of the people that works at the funeral home at the corner where that wreck was.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have opportunities to review that dispatch communication? The 911. Thank you, Bill. The 911.
We did go over some 911 calls, I believe.
And when I say 911 and dispatch, in a smaller community, a 911 call comes in, and the jury heard testimony yesterday that, I mean, it's kind of in one room, right?
Yes, it is.
So, and it's, maybe it's been updated, but you'll get someone answering a phone call and then dispatching. So the jury's heard on certain dispatch, you hear 911 in the background.
That's
and
correct.
on certain 911, you hear dispatch in the background.
Yes, that's correct.
Right? And so that's why it's confusing to me sometimes, but that's why I'm making them interchangeably.
Yes, sir.
So in Uvalde Dispatch Center for that community, that was the circumstance. It's a phone call and it's dispatching, but it's literally, you're on the same frequency almost. Not frequency, but you have a call here and you're dispatching here.
So basically, can I?
Yep, you can explain that, sure.
So yeah, a dispatcher is going to be performing their duties dispatching, but they're also receiving 911 calls and landline local calls, and they're dispatching officers from either these landlines or 911 calls that are coming in.
And that's all I mean. It's just it's the same people doing all those duties.
Generally, there's 1 to 2 dispatchers on duty at that time.
And so by the time that you heard of the 1050, later on you found out that 11, and so times are going to be important here. So I'm going to go old school and write some stuff on this pad, okay?
Okay.
So at 11:29:05. You didn't know his name at the time, but you know that there's an individual named Gilbert Limones that worked at that funeral home, correct? At some point you found out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so the issue we're having, and I know you're trying to testify properly, and thank you, but there's been a little leeway because a lot of people, almost everyone that has testified has found things out later. So as long as we distinguish what you knew at the time versus what you found out later, then we're good, okay?
Yes, sir. Just to be clear, we didn't conduct the investigation, so it's difficult. We don't.
I understand that.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you're a witness. You're not the one conducting the investigation.
Right.
Early on, you're doing an investigation. So we're going to talk about your investigation to incidents, but about this trial, you didn't do the investigation.
Correct.
Yes, sir. I'll make that distinction. So at 11:29:05, a worker from the funeral home, Gilbert Limones, calls 911 to talk about a crash, which is with the 1050.
Yes, sir.
But then in the middle of that 911 call, it goes from a crash to a discharging of a weapon, shots
Correct.
fired.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to put 911. I'll put Limones, okay?
Okay.
I'm not going to write all the stuff that goes on there, but if you've reviewed that, you would know, and it's in evidence, you would know that he describes the shooting. He describes to the dispatcher the importance and the severity of the situation. He pleads with her to please get people to hurry up. He actually gives a description of the person shooting. He's wearing black and he's running towards the school. You later found that out, right?
Yes.
Because you have to rely on the information sent to you. Officers do.
Correct.
So you can't control what dispatch tells you, right?
Right.
You don't know what they're being told and reported, but you have to respond. You're trained to respond to what's being told to you.
I don't have access. I'm not hearing the 911 calls that comes in. I'm getting dispatch and I'm hearing dispatch advising me of what's going on.
And so when they talk about he's at this same call, so I'm not going to write it all down because I need space, but at this 9:29:05, Mr. Limones gives a lot of information to dispatch, right? But I'm going to tell you, but unfortunately, it didn't get to you.
Right.
Right. Because not only does he say he's wearing black, he's running towards the school, right? So he's saying all these things. He actually said he's shooting at the school at 11:29:05, right? Are you with me on that?
I am.
Okay. But I'm not, this is not your fault. You didn't get that information.
Correct.
You didn't get that information. Officer Saucedo didn't get that information, right? Officer Mendoza did not get that information, right?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know.
Well, they don't have secret channels, do they?
No, it's broadcast on one channel. Yes, sir.
And I wasn't being sarcastic. I'm asking.
No, I understand your question.
And so Adrian Gonzales, if they're on the same channel, didn't get that information either, right?
If you're asking let me understand you correctly.
Please.
You're asking me if that information was passed on. I never received that information. I don't know whether it was broadcast and I didn't hear it, or I don't know if it wasn't broadcast at all. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. And that's a great answer. But if it wasn't broadcast at all, that would have been critical information for all of the officers to know.
Yes, sir, it would have.
Because now you're not just going to a 1050. You're going to something else.
Correct.
You're going to a person in black, and you know that early on, if it was broadcasted to you guys, you know he's running towards the school, not walking around the school, correct? And you would have specifically known that he's shooting at the school and that there's someone saying, hurry, hurry, please, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, you, and to your knowledge, none of the other officers had that information.
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Are you, and we're going to get there in a second, but are you aware that the shooter entered the school at 11:32:58? Are you aware now?
I know.
Thank you.
Okay.
So the government has stipulated, I mean, they agree that the shooter entered the school at 11:32:58, right? That is after almost 3-4 minutes after this, right?
Yes, sir.
And in these critical situations, time is of the essence. The government has asked, and we agree with that. Time is of the essence, right? And that's a considerable amount of time in a situation like this. If somebody is shooting, walking towards a school.
Yes.
Okay. And you and Officer Mendoza and Officer Salcedo would have gone to that corner differently if you had been given this information instead of just a 1050 person with a gun, shots fired.
Correct, yes, sir.
And so you arrive, and then Officer Mendoza and Officer Salcedo are already there.
Yes, sir.
Now, I will represent to you, and the government can correct me, that at 11:32:23 is when Officer Mendoza shows up to the scene, to that corner. You okay with that, Bill?
Sure. We'll stipulate to that, Chairman.
I'm just gonna put Mendoza.
Okay.
Remember, the shooter entered the building at 11:32:58, right? At 11:32:23, he's there. At 11:32:29, Salcedo arrives. And then you arrive shortly after that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, you arrive at 11:32:32.
Okay.
Okay. Now, when you arrive to kind of a chaotic scene, right?
Yes, sir.
We saw the video. We're gonna play the video again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, thank you. Hold on one second. So, who is this over here?
Officer Salcedo.
Okay. Now, we can see, because the government didn't ask you this, but I want to ask you, what weapon does he have in his hand?
An AR.
What is an AR?
That's a 223 caliber rifle.
AR-15, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so that is what we can see, the barrel above him, correct?
Can you put a little further so I can?
Can you play a little bit further so we can see it? But you knew he had an AR.
Yes.
There it is,
Mhm.
right? We see
Yes,
it.
sir.
Thank you for stopping. And so then we have, and is this you here, Sergeant?
That is me.
And this is Officer Mendoza.
Officer Mendoza, yes, sir.
Now, you said a lot of things during this portion of the testimony. You drive up and you're kind of walking. It's almost as if, and I'm not being condescending or disrespectful. If people start running, most people might just start running because they're running, right?
Right.
So you walk up and you drive up and you see officers acting as if they're being shot at.
Correct.
So that makes sense that you're going to act like they're being shot at.
Well, not only that, but I heard rounds going on.
That's important. So you heard rounds. Now, you know that shooting a gun can create an echoing effect.
Yes, sir.
Right? Especially against a building with a high-powered rifle, it can create this echoing effect, and it'll be hard to tell where a shot's coming from, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so it takes you some time to orient.
Yes, sir.
And to observe what's going on. And you testified to this jury that at some point you said, well, I'm not seeing evidence that we're being shot at.
Yes, sir.
Right? And evidence I think you talked about were rounds bouncing,
Correct.
windows being shot out,
Yes, sir.
the vehicle taking fire.
Yes, sir.
Now, you know that a vehicle is not cover.
Correct.
It's mainly concealment.
Yes, sir.
And the jury started playing about that. But cover would be like the engine block and maybe some of the area around the wheel,
Yes, sir.
the frame. And but Mendoza and Salcedo and I'm not saying they didn't truly believe this, stressful, right?
Yes.
Would you agree that these shots, they sound very, very loud?
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't tell how close they were?
No, sir.
But at some point, Officer Saucedo, and you're getting it from both angles. So you're hearing shots.
Yes, sir.
You're seeing officers that you supervise acting as if they're being shot at. You think you're being shot at for a period of time. You're hearing from the funeral people behind you, which Mr. Limones is one of them.
Okay.
And then Officer Saucedo has a different view. He's looking around that side of his vehicle and he's looking at this side, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so he tells you, I think I see him,
Yes.
right? And he wants to take a shot.
Correct.
And in all of your training, there's not one officer, law enforcement officer, that if they believe that chapter 931 or 933 of the penal code is appropriate, meaning the use of deadly force to defend yourself or defend a third person, that you don't have to ask for permission.
Correct.
You want to make sure that you're factually justified, but you don't have to ask for permission from a supervisor.
Correct.
And so that was odd for you, right?
Yes.
Because you don't even know what he's talking about.
Correct.
I mean, there's someone shooting a weapon, they believe it's at them, and he sees somebody, and he's asking permission to shoot.
Yes, sir.
You know now that he saw that person go into the building.
I don't know who he saw or what he saw. I know he asked permission to fire.
Do you know now, though, that the shooter entered the west side of the school?
Yes, from what I was told, yes.
And it's okay, you can talk about that, what you were told, but you were told through investigation is that he entered the west side of the building.
Yes, sir.
And this is where the questioning is going to get a little interesting, okay? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Sergeant. Give me 1 second. Let me represent to you that before about 20 some odd seconds before Mendoza shows up, around 11:31:55, 28 seconds, Adrian Gonzales drives into the campus, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I believe that the government will stipulate to that, roughly around that time.
Stipulate that he actually was parking around that time.
Yes, sir.
11:31.
And when I mean campus, I mean parking in the campus.
Parking.
Yes. So at around 11:31:55, and there's no way to get it pinpointed,
Right.
but in that general time, 11:31:55, Adrian is driven into the campus, and you saw his vehicle later on. You saw where
Later
his
on,
vehicle
yes,
was
sir.
parked, and he's parked in the campus, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not being disrespectful because you drove up to this. He didn't stay away like at a corner where Mendoza and Saucedo initially were, right?
He was
Correct.
parked in the campus.
He was
yes.
inside the
Yes,
campus. And later on, we're going to see on your video that there is a Randy Hill, an officer Randy Hill, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where we're going to see him parked on the other side at a certain time. Remember that on your body cam?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk about that in a second. Now, Officer Randy Hill was the original officer dispatched to this. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
So Randy Hill is the one that was dispatched to this scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
But everybody else responded on their
That's
own.
correct.
Okay. And so we have Adrian there, and at some point, at 11:32:09, the shots fired was Adrian calling out to everyone, shots fired. Do you remember that?
I remember hearing that, yes.
Right.
Where
You don't know the time.
I don't.
We'll stipulate that it was Adrian, but I believe his testimony was that it was.
Well, if he knows.
Saucedo.
I know he did say
But
that.
we'll stipulate that it was Adrian.
So, and it's okay. You're not a voice expert where you, especially over the dispatch, it's hard to hear sometimes, right?
Yes, sir.
But the shots fired that you said was Mendoza, it was actually Adrian. Okay.
Okay.
And the government stipulated that. And so it would make sense that if you guys are hunkering down and taking cover as far away as you guys were, that somebody much closer to the school would be taking cover for a period of time as well, right?
Possibly, yes.
I mean, it can't be reasonable for you guys to take cover, but Adrian not take cover, right?
Depending on where he was at, I don't know.
Well, you know where he was at now. You know where his car was, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if he was around his car, kind of like you guys are around your cars, would that make sense?
Yes.
Maybe Adrian closer to the shooting than you guys were, that he would be doing what you guys are doing.
Yes.
And you later know now because school PD, well, you know this, school PDs, they don't have AR-15s.
That's correct.
And so Adrian didn't have an AR-15.
No.
And so at some point, you were trying to figure out where this shooting was coming from, right?
Yes, sir.
Saucedo and Mendoza said they didn't know.
Right.
But you know for sure that Mendoza asked to shoot.
No, sir.
Not Mendoza, Saucedo, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Saucedo. And you know now that there's no evidence that Mendoza and Saucedo were taking fire at that location. Do you know that now?
If you're telling me if.
Yeah, there's no evidence. There's no defects. There's no evidence.
That's correct, yes.
Area.
That I'm aware of, that's why, yes, I testified earlier that I didn't hear anything.
And so I believe you testified that these people from the funeral home are, did you want to say something? I don't want to cut you off. Okay. These people from the funeral home are yelling at you and you're taking a bunch of information in.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
one of the things you believe they were saying was he's running towards the school, right?
Yes, sir.
And that would be consistent to Mr. Limones' 911 call 3 minutes before this saying, hurry, hurry, he's running towards the school, right? That would
Yes,
be
sir.
consistent. And so this is the part that I'm going to ask you tactically and what you were perceiving. It's not against your character, okay?
No.
And you testified you're trying to figure out all this stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
You can put that, you can put that down. I didn't know you guys could do that. Thank you. And so we can't see, and this is after effect. So some of the pictures the government showed you, there was extra cars there because sheriffs had shown up already, right? Well, I'll bring that to your attention in a second. But you guys are about right here, roughly, right?
Yes.
You're at this corner of the funeral home, so you're about right here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And for the record, I'm pointing to a screen outside of the viewable portion. And Adrian's over here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so for Saucedo to ask to shoot and say, I think I see him, it makes sense because this is considered line of sight, right?
Yes, sir.
So all of you, I'm not saying you saw him, but all of you had potential line of sight.
Potentially, yes, sir.
But we have verification that Saucedo saw him and had true line of sight, right?
I don't know if you saw him or not.
No, I understand that, but we have evidence of that. We have some evidence because he's asking to shoot somebody.
Yes, sir. It would. Yes, sir.
And it wouldn't make sense for him to shoot someone that either there wasn't a threat to him, that he didn't see had a weapon, or he didn't know was shooting a weapon, right? That would not be, you're not trained to do that.
Correct.
Okay, so if he's asking to shoot, he's asking to use deadly force.
Yes, sir.
And it would make sense because you guys are hearing gunfire.
Correct.
And they think they're being shot upon.
Yes, sir.
And you don't know this because it wasn't dispatched to you, but minutes earlier, Mr. Limones was telling the dispatch, send someone, hurry, he's shooting at the school and running towards the school, right?
Right.
And so, but Saucedo, and I'm going to say Saucedo just for speed, he didn't take the shot. Right?
He did not shoot, no.
So Saucedo had the opportunity, correct?
I don't.
To shoot this person. Well, if he saw him and he had an AR-15, that's at least an opportunity. Whether he's good or not with his weapon, that's a different discussion.
The only reason why I say what I say is because later on, Officer Saucedo advised me that he potentially had a teacher in the line of sight. I
I'm
don't
glad
know.
you told me that. No, a ranger told him that. Since you brought that up, a ranger told him that was Coach Abraham, but it wasn't.
Way outside the ring.
Well, I mean, he brought it up, and I let him do it.
I don't know.
Overrule objection.
Thank you, Judge. Coach, someone tried to tell him, "Don't worry, you didn't do anything wrong. That was a coach," but that wasn't a coach. We know that now. All of us know that now. That was that animal that went into the school. So, and I'm not mad at you, by the way.
Sure.
So Saucedo had the opportunity to shoot, and he didn't. Correct? He didn't shoot.
He didn't shoot.
Let's just say it that way.
Okay.
Okay. And he had an AR-15, and an AR-15 from that distance is a better weapon system than a Glock.
Yes.
Okay. So he had the ability to potentially reach, right?
Yes, sir.
You talk about sighting in at 50 yards. Depending if you're hunting or if you're doing tactical training, some people sight in at an inch eye or 100 for a deer rifle, dead on at 100 or 50, but you can sight your rifle in at different distances, right?
You can, yes, sir.
And if you have iron sights, that means you're just putting iron sights. That means the sights that come on the weapon, and that's more difficult training than a red dot.
Correct.
Right. And a red dot is put on weapons at AR-15s. They have red dots.
They have.
And police issued AR-15s have red dots.
They can have red dots.
That one, Sausalito did.
Don't believe so, no, sir.
And so you're saying, I want to make sure because we're going to verify this, but
Sure.
you're saying the Uvalde PD issued AR-15 with iron sights and no red dots?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll check, double check that. Okay.
Mhm.
So, but all I'm saying is an AR-15 has the ability to reach.
It can, yes.
Okay. And so ability and opportunity. Now, even though Mendoza was hiding, he had potential line of sight, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mendoza did not do anything to distract or deter or to stop this person from going into the school.
No.
No, and neither did Sausalito.
No.
And you came a little bit later, but, and I'm not being mean to you, you didn't either.
No.
Because you didn't see him.
Correct.
Okay. But you're hearing from behind you, he's running towards the school.
Yes.
And then towards the school, but in your mind, and it's important what was in your mind,
Yes.
Sarge, in your mind, you're thinking this is probably another bailout.
The potential would be, yes, sir.
Well, because you made a decision that even though you three knew that this person, whoever, we didn't know at the time who it was, entered the school, that you were going to travel around to hopefully catch him as this person went through the school. Is that I misunderstand
No,
you?
sir.
Okay.
No, you did.
Okay.
Because that's not, I never saw anyone that was a suspect. I never saw anyone with a gun. I never saw him enter the school. I never saw any of that. My whole intent was to drive around to intercept the individual that was shooting.
Stop. So how would you intercept the individual over here? How did you know he was going to be over here?
I don't know.
What made you think that though?
Because there's no other buildings west of us. We were on the complete west side of the property.
Yes, sir.
There's only one way direction to run, either south or west.
Okay.
I'm sorry, east.
Okay. And so what path did you think this person was taking for you to intercept them?
Well, tactically, like I said, if he's running towards the school, that's
Mhm.
any direction this way, whether it be south or east.
Okay.
So my intent was, if he's running towards the school or past the school or running towards the school, I'm going to swing around and flank him that way.
But how would you flank him if you don't know where he's going? What path? It's like if you're in hot pursuit, you're pursuing someone that you've seen, you identified that they need to be detained, and you know where they're going. So if I see someone run through those doors, I'm not going to run through this door because that goes to the jury room. I'm going to run through that door, or if I know, because I do know now because I've been here for 2 weeks, that if I go through that exit door, I can intercept the people that went through that back door. Does that make sense? Because I saw them go through that door.
What I'm saying is, we had the individuals at the funeral home were saying he was running towards the school.
Yes, sir.
From that, my position and where they were also behind me, there's only one direction to go, either east or south.
Okay.
He wasn't running towards us. He wasn't.
So how would you get to this? If you're going to go intercept them, you were going to intercept them here because you didn't drive over here. You drove over here.
Correct.
Okay. So
Well,
again,
because again, the street comes this way. I positioned myself to have every opportunity. If he was running straight, I could intercept him there, or if he continued running south, east, I could intercept him there. I was giving myself an opportunity to intercept them either way, from the very corner of the property all the way that way south.
But if you're going to intercept him going here, how would he go? How would he travel this way? Because you're on this road, so you know he's not on this road, right?
Correct.
And this is the north side of the school, so you know he's not running around the school in the north, right?
Well, I knew he was. I don't know where he was at. I knew that he was in the general vicinity of this area. Because I could hear rounds going off, but I wasn't sure exactly where. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Well, I mean, it makes sense what you're telling me, but I'm not sure.
You're asking me if how would I intercept him if he was in? What you're saying is that's exactly why I ended up this way, coming around this way, because we were running through the breezeways trying to intercept him.
Okay. But if someone says, I'm running towards the school, you came around as if they were running through the school, and you kind of
Correct.
said that a little bit,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So had you contemplated that this person, whoever they were, wherever they were, was going through the school?
No.
Okay. But you knew he's not here. So the only other thing is it could be either here or through the school. Those are the only other options, right?
Yes, sir. And the reason I'm telling you is because, like I said, I'm already positioned here, and the only thing to do is to intercept them. I'm trying to intercept them as he's going through the escape.
I'm gonna ask you a question. So you have this covered. You have line of sight, and you've seen this, and you see nothing here.
Correct.
If someone's running to the school, they're either gonna run into the school or this way. So I'm asking, and try to remember what you were thinking. Why wouldn't you drive this way and make another assessment and try to see this person?
Well, because again, when they were saying he's running to the school or through the school, I was anticipating to intercept them that way.
So if someone runs through the school, that means they have
I
to
was
go
still gonna run through. I was gonna work my way through, which I did, pass through the school.
But because there's a difference, through or towards the school. If someone's
Yeah,
running through the school,
There is, and that's why I'm saying I couldn't hear from that distance. I'm getting gunfire, and then I'm also having people yell at me. I have officers down, and I'm trying to get as much information as I possibly could.
Got it. But still, you didn't make the decision to do this and drive to the, but that could have been a decision somebody could have made.
Yes.
Where you would drive closer, move up, go towards the shooting, because this jury and the government's made a big deal about training and officers.
Mm-hmm.
And the training is that you always run where? Towards the shooting.
Yes.
Towards the shooting. And
Yes.
the shooting was over here. But and again, I'm not saying you should be prosecuted, by the way. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying, but you and the other two officers did not go towards the shooting.
Well, we did do it towards the shooting. My whole intent was to, again, I'm not just driving because I want to drive or I'm hearing. I'm also being told that he's running through the school or to the school. So the only option is either he's running east or he's running south. So my best advantage point would be here so that I can intercept him one way or another. That was my intent.
Okay, I understand. Well, was it ever? But he's either going to intercept him over there, and I'll move on because it seems like we're not going to see on this one. We're not going to see eye to eye. He either has to go through the school or go this way, right? That's
Right.
the only other way because he's not going to jump the school, and he's not here because you have line of sight here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so the three officers here did not go towards the shooting, right? Did not go towards the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there was definitely shooting on this side, correct? And I'm not saying you saw him because you said you didn't, and I have no reason to not believe you. But then Saucedo did, it appears, we have some evidence coming from him that he saw this individual because he asked to shoot.
He asked permission to fire.
And so you drive off, and we now know that he went in here.
Yes.
We now know that.
Yes.
And then these Mendoza and Saucedo stay back. They stay back with the AR-15 and the other two officers together. They stay back.
Okay.
And you drive around, correct? And we saw your body
Yes.
cam. Okay, I just want to make sure. And we can see, can you switch that picture, Jason, please? Where we see Adrian's car? The next one with Adrian's car? Okay. And so now we've moved up closer and we can see where Adrian's at. Now, you didn't know Adrian was over here, right?
No.
Okay. But you can see, they're not contesting this. 100% Adrian has zero line of sight, correct?
Mhm.
Is that true? Is that yes? He has no line of sight from here. Nobody.
From there, no.
Right. And so you guys are here, and even though you're on the side of the shooting, you did not see the shooter?
No.
And I believe you, by the way. And you couldn't tell where the shooting was coming from for sure.
Correct.
And you're on the side of the shooting.
Correct.
Adrian's not on the side of the shooting, right?
Right.
Doesn't it seem unreasonable for someone to expect Adrian to know where this shooting's coming from, but you guys not to know where it's coming from? Doesn't that seem unreasonable? Not you, someone else.
Me?
Bill, yes. And Christina, be fair.
Yeah.
Right? That would be unreasonable to you, right?
Yes.
Right? Because to put on this person here, Adrian, by sound, with no line of sight and no opportunity nor ability to know exactly where this shooting's coming from and to run to the shooting, but three officers, again, with potential line of sight,
Right.
one of them having them, on the side of the shooting, they did not run to the shooting. But ignore them and focus on that. That doesn't seem reasonable, does it?
No.
I agree with you. And in fairness to you, Sarge, at that time, I want to make sure that I get the right terminology because you said something. It's in my in my notes here, you were talking about the bailouts and how you had just a tremendous, we were getting hammered with bailouts is what you said.
Yes, sir.
Right? And so everybody, and this is just a reality, everybody was computing bailouts. I mean, even some of the people that were testifying, I mean, it's like, well, it's another lockdown, it's probably a bailout. Everyone was thinking bailouts, right?
The possibility was there, yes, sir, it would have been.
And if somebody was going to shoot, it was to get away from officers because they were doing a bailout, not because they're going to commit a mass shooting at a school.
Yes, sir.
And again, in fairness to you, and that's why you were trying to intercept, because you're thinking it's someone bailing out. It didn't even cross your mind, whether people can disagree whether that was reasonable or not, but it didn't even cross your mind that this person was going to go into the school and shoot it up.
No.
Now, you understand other officers would disagree with you, right?
Sure.
But you're just saying what you were thinking at the time.
Well, not so much only what I was thinking, but the information that I had received at the time as well.
But from an objective standpoint, you had information of a person shooting, running towards a school. And so other officers may have acted differently, right? In fairness.
How do you mean?
Well, meaning maybe other officers would have followed this training and then run directly to the side of the building where the shooting was, and then make sure they get line of sight on this person before they leave that area. Clear it, make sure that this area is safe. So when you're pursuing somebody, you know you've covered this area, and then it's not slicing the pie, but you're covering an area to make sure you're tracking down this person.
Like I said, the reason why I drove around the front of the school was because I wanted to intercept him. My information that I received was he was running to or through the school. So my whole intent was to intercept him at the time. That's what I was doing.
And again, in totality of the circumstances,
yes.
That's a term of art that law enforcement uses. What does that mean, totality of the circumstances?
In hindsight, after everything has been investigated, the totality of everything. Everything that.
Because if we piecemeal something, if we try to fit a circle in a square, or if we only look at something like this, if the prosecution or if law enforcement gets tunnel vision, but not in combat, tunnel vision in prosecuting, well, that's not fair, right? That's not good.
Right.
And so we want to consider everything, the totality of the circumstances. And in totality of the circumstances, these school doors should have been locked.
Yes.
So that could that be something in your mind? Not trying to give you an out, I'm just trying to be fair. That in your mind, well, he's not going to get into school because it's supposed to be locked. So let me try to be creative and try to track this person down, right? Would that not, that wasn't in your mind?
Sure. No, I mean, again, my intent was to
catch him.
To catch him.
And you made a decision to go the north side versus the south side of the
yes.
And you had two frantic witnesses yelling at you, right?
Yes.
I mean, you had two frantic with weapons, and one of them asking to shoot somebody, telling you information, correct?
Yes.
And you still made different decisions. Because you had somebody say, I want to shoot somebody on the west side of the building, but you still drove north.
Right, yes, sir.
Okay. So you took all that in when you made your assessment.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna play your body cam again. Can we get back up to that? Not body cam, I'm sorry, dashboard. And I want to direct your attention to something as he's getting it ready. So when you leave Saucedo and Mendoza, they stay at the corner, correct? So we'll stop here 1 second.
I believe one of them or both of them follow me, because after looking at the dash cam, I think I see them on the front of the school. Sorry.
Well, if a Texas Ranger is going to come testify that they stayed there for a period of time and not follow you, then we'll just defer to that.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll just defer to that for now. And I'm happy to be corrected, but I don't think I'm wrong. So you leave, and we're going to see that with the AR-15 so they're going to stay here, but you're going to be driving north, and you're going to come down Geraldine. And I want to direct your attention when you make a turn to the front. There's already a police officer. So while all this is going on, there's a police officer out of his vehicle just standing there on the corner.
Okay.
Did you remember that when you saw it the
Yes,
first
I
time?
saw patrol.
Do you remember who that is?
I don't.
Would it be Randy Hill maybe?
Could be, yes.
Probably. Okay, let's look at it then we'll talk, because I want to make sure that your memory is refreshed. So all this is going on. You're yelling at someone over here, right? You're looking, you're scanning, observing. He's moving up to get behind the frame of his car, right? He moved up in a triangle, and you're driving off.
Yes, sir.
See, this guy's already here. He's out of his vehicle.
Mhm.
And we don't know how long he's been there.
No.
But safe to say that he's been there for a little while because he's parked and there's 2 officers there, it looked like. Can you go back, please? And pause it. I see 4 legs.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So they're on the passenger side. So they've been here for some time. For some time, some period of time. I'm not saying an hour, but some time.
Maybe a couple seconds, yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I'm going to argue more, but I'm just saying they're here parked there. And if there's a call that comes in, shooter running towards the school with a gun towards the school, can you think of any tactical or training reason why they would park on the corner and just stand there?
I don't know what they were doing. I don't know what they heard.
I know that wasn't my question. But my question was, can you think of any tactical or logical, reasonable reason why after that call, even though it wasn't even the full call that Mr. Limones put out, when he tried to report, why these officers would be at that corner, and it seems like they've been there for a while, and just stand there?
No.
It doesn't make sense, right? But they're not sitting in that chair, are they? These
No,
guys?
no.
Okay. But they're there for some period of time, and they're not running to the school, right? And I guess the government can call them if they do or don't, but we can ask them what they heard and why didn't they run to the gunfire,
Yes.
correct? But they didn't do it. We can see that.
Right.
Okay, can you please play it? But you are, look at you, you're going quickly. Now, do you run out the back or do you come out the front?
I
couldn't
come
tell.
out the front. I
Okay.
jump out, and that's when I hear a vehicle coming at a high rate of speed. I can hear it down the, and then chief out on the full side.
Who's that?
Chief.
Okay. Where are you at this time?
I was trying to figure that out myself.
Yeah. Can we pause, please? And so you're parked, but then for some period of time, you're assessing again, or you're
Yes.
staying and you're looking. Maybe you see if you saw him.
Right.
I don't know, but so you have 2 officers standing at the corner, and I'm not being disrespectful, but we see that you're parked there and you're staying there for a while, and then Arredondo gets out and he seems like he's adjusting. And play again, please. Is that you? Or no?
Well, I say that's me over there.
Here?
No, in the front.
Okay. Can we pause, please? Now there's a number of officers here, right? And not all of them run with you and the chief.
I believe that's Officer Salcedo.
No, I understand that, but none of these people make it into the building with you and the chief.
Not that I'm aware of. No.
So they obviously won't run into the gunfire either.
I don't know what information they have.
But if they were with you, then they would have been, and ahead of you was Paige and Adrian.
Yes.
Ahead of you.
Yes.
But these people weren't behind you, so they didn't follow you to the 4th grade building.
They didn't follow me in chief. Is that what you're
Yes, sir, that's what I'm
Okay.
saying. And so my point is, they weren't running to the gunfire, obviously. They were doing something else. The gunfire was at the 4th grade building?
Yes.
And
Well, the west building that was on the west side.
that's the 4th grade building. The west side, south side, east side, north side. So, but these officers, they're not with you, chief, and they're definitely not with Adrian and Sergeant Page, right?
Right. Yes.
Now, other officers come in from the other side, but there's a number of officers. Can you keep playing, please? If someone walking around kind of pacing back and forth over there, he's not running into the gunfire, right? This gentleman?
Right.
Okay. Thank you. And so you know that, and then at some point, matter of fact, at 11:32:59, let's do 11:32. I'm just gonna put entrance, okay? Because I'm not gonna mention his ass. This is the entrance, right?
Okay.
At 11:32:59, I'm gonna put Adrian breaks, and when you know what that means, right? When you break
Yes.
on the radio, he's trying to transmit something. So almost simultaneously as this shooter is entering the building, Adrian has done some assessing like you guys are doing in the corner.
Correct.
But he's doing what the training says to do, communicated. And he says, and he can't see it, right? He doesn't know when this guy enters the building. We saw that from line of sight. He says, gonna be on the west side of the school by those vehicles, supposed to be wearing all black. So when you hear someone say supposed to be, that kind of gives you the impression that they don't know, someone is telling them something. Well, supposedly Jason is gonna did this, right? Because that's what he told me he did. And that's consistent with how Adrian was relaying messages, right?
Yes, sir.
You know now that he was with a special ed assistant aide, right? Melody Flores. Do you know that now?
Yeah, he mentioned something about being with a teacher, right?
Right. So yes, in the investigation.
Yes.
And so he's dealing with the teacher, a frantic individual, kind of like Mendoza and Saucedo were frantically, everybody's frantic.
Yes.
I'm not ragging on that. That's reality. And so he's dealing with her, trying to get information. 50 seconds earlier, when he heard shots fired, didn't give a description of where they were coming from, right? We heard the dispatch.
Right.
Because you can assume he didn't know because he can't tell where they're coming from, right? Fair enough?
Fair enough.
And then he gets in touch with Melanie at this scene, and he's taking cover like you guys were. And then he's getting information from her. And she's saying things, and you didn't hear her testimony, whether she said south building, west building, running this, and he's trying to take it all in.
Yes.
And then as soon as he gets a picture of what he thinks is going on, he relays it to everybody, right?
Yes.
But unfortunately, it's not his fault, but unfortunately, it's almost at the same time as this person is getting into the building, right?
Sure.
He can't see him, but he's relaying the information. Supposed to be wearing black. Supposedly wearing black, right? You heard that.
Yes.
And we don't know, you don't know for sure what Mendoza and Saucedo were thinking and why they didn't. Can you put her back up, the first one?
This one, or the
The
other?
one before, please. You don't know why, we're hearing your thought process.
Yes.
But we just don't know why Mendoza and Saucedo, especially someone who saw the shooter, didn't go to the shooting. But not just go to the shooting. You don't have to guess. He saw the shooter. You don't know why he didn't go to the shooter, right?
I don't know, no, sir.
But that was an option for these two. That was an option for Saucedo and Mendoza. We already talked about your option, but it was an option for them too, right?
Yes.
I mean, they could have driven up. They could have driven up all the way up here, set up a perimeter, something, and then breached, come in here and follow this shooter. They wouldn't have known where he's going, but neither would Adrian, right? They didn't even see him.
Right.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, but they did. So one of them did. Saucedo did for sure. And they didn't do that. They didn't come to this building, right? They didn't come to this door.
No, not that I know.
And you don't know exactly why they made those decisions.
No.
But in talking about school safety, it's policy. It's policy that these school doors have to be locked.
Yes, I mean, that's usually what happens is all the schools are the exterior doors, interior doors are locked.
And as we said earlier, time is always of the essence in these situations, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if somebody is coming to a door and they have bad intentions, and there's officers, you would have known that there's officers line of sight on this person. And if that door was locked, it would have been one of these situations, which would have given you time to see him, right?
Sure.
Saucedo more time to reassess his decisions, and Mendoza to pick his head up and at least do something. Somebody could have distracted, deterred, delayed, or stopped that guy from.
Yes, sir. Could have. Yes, sir.
One of these three, including yourself, one of these three that had line of sight could have stopped. If that door was locked, it would have given you precious time to make a better assessment and for Saucedo to act.
For sure. Yes, sir.
Now, can you see Adrian's car? Yes. Would you agree with this, Sarge? That's fine. That's fine, Jason. We'll do both. That in the initial call, someone's running towards the school with a gun and shots have been fired. Adrian goes into the eye of the storm. Would you agree that this is a lot more dangerous than being over here?
Sure. Yes, sir.
So Mendoza Saucedo set up perimeter out there for whatever reason. You just respond to what you saw. But Adrian didn't set up out here, right? He drove into the eye of this. He's driving into a shooter running towards the school. Where does he drive towards?
He drove into the school.
Into the school, right? And so he's here. So he's placed himself in danger, correct?
Yes.
And he's making his assessments, and we've talked about that already. But then at some point, and we can look at the videos,
sure.
Because we can see on the funeral video, that at around 11:33, Jason? 11:33:07? What is it, Michelle? 11:30? 33:08?
Are you talking about Page?
Page.
Yeah, 11:35:07.
Okay. He's driving up, right? Because your body cam turns on at 11:35:10.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be important. But at 11:35:08, Page is driving up, right?
Right.
And then at some point, Adrian leaves his cover of his vehicle, and because Page parks, we see in the videos, and we'll show him again, pictures. He makes movement to Page, and there's contact with Page. We're going to hear from Page, I'm sure, today. So he makes contact with Page, right? Because the government just asked you about those pictures and who's standing there. It's Sergeant Page and it's Adrian. Remember?
Yes, I did see the two officers there. Yes.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm just kind of setting the tone. So at some point, Page drives in, literally almost at the same time. Around you put your body cam on.
Okay.
And you told the reason why, but it would have been very, very helpful if you had your body cam on earlier, right?
Yes.
Because then we could have heard exactly what the funeral people were saying to you guys, right? Potentially. Right? We would have heard Saucedo, and maybe he said more than just, I see him, I really want to. He could have said other things. We don't know. You just remember him saying, I think I see him, I want to shoot. Permission to shoot,
yes.
Right? We could have heard maybe potential what Mendoza was saying, right? And what he was thinking.
Potentially.
And then heard shots.
Yes.
And also, you know that Officer Jesus Mendoza had a body cam also.
Yes.
Okay. And so we're hopefully going to see those. But do you know now that Mendoza's body cam wasn't turned on the corner also? Do you know that now? You don't know that. Okay, we'll let that come about. So, but at some point we see you running up.
Yes.
And Adrian has made he's left his cover of his car and he's come to meet because he sees Page, right? That's backup. And he comes and sees Page and they meet up here. And do you remember, if you remember, as you're running, they're already walking towards the school. Do you remember them moving towards the school when you looked at the video?
Yes, I believe they were
moving
They
towards the
beat
school.
me towards the south entrance of the school.
Well, yeah, they darted in when they heard those shots.
Yes.
And you know that by the time those shots, and we heard the audio, but the body cam's on us right here, so it sounds loud to us. But out there, you were a good distance from Page and from Adrian,
Yes,
right? And do you know now that in their interviews, they didn't even mention hearing you or seeing you until later? That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So they were reacting and responding on their own. They heard those shots, and we look at your body cam, and 1 minute your arm's in the way because you're doing what you're doing appropriate stuff, and then it comes up and they're already in that school, right?
Right.
So Adrian puts himself in danger by driving in the eye of the storm, tactically comes out and meets Sergeant Page. And then when they hear the shots, the same shots that you heard, before you know it, they sprint into the school, right?
Yes.
And they're ahead of you, and to your credit, you and the chief follow.
Yes.
And we see Adrian with his gun out, and he's in the hallway, correct?
Yes.
And we see Sergeant Page at times over here.
Yes.
And we saw the smoke. When you walk into this hallway, and there's smoke because after a lot of rounds in AR-15, the gunpowder makes smoke, right?
Yes.
And you would agree that this hallway, and it came up a lot yesterday, but it's important, is a fatal funnel.
Yes, it could
Yeah,
be.
right.
Yes, sir.
Because it's a narrowed, exposed situation.
Correct.
That puts the person in high vulnerability.
Correct.
Like high vulnerability meaning there's no cover. There's not even concealment except for those little niches. Every once in a while, there's a little cover.
Yes.
But him and Paige and you are exposed. They're in the fatal funnel. And then even after we saw in your body cam, even after Hernandez, who got shot in the head?
Lieutenant Martinez.
I'm sorry. I knew it. Lieutenant Martinez got skinned. Even though he got skinned, you saw Adrian didn't move. He didn't run out the back.
No.
He stayed in the fatal funnel.
Yes.
Because that person could have done this and could have done this. I mean, it's that easy. It's like bop, 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 and people are dead. But Adrian didn't move. Right?
Right.
He remained in danger by being in that school.
Yes.
That fair? And so did you, right?
Yes.
And so did Sergeant Page.
Yes.
And Martinez has already been injured.
Yes.
And tactically, and I think we'll ask Sergeant Page, but him yelling to the other side, even though I know his heart wanted to check on Martinez, tactically, that was not a good decision.
No.
Right, because now you're notifying the shooter that you have people on this side. So there could have been a scenario where this guy thought, I'm outpowering these people, and he would come out with his weapon, and then that would have given you, Adrian, and Paige an opportunity to shoot.
Could have, yes.
Right, but so Paige, and I'm not ragging on him for it, him yelling out was not tactically sound for that circumstance.
I don't know. I mean, given your position is tough to do, but I understand why he did it.
I do too. I mean, he cares about Martinez, but I mean, I'm just saying you don't want a shooter to know where you're at.
No, you don't.
Element of surprise is a big deal.
Yes.
And so he does that, and Adrian stays in that hallway.
Yes.
And the only time that Adrian leaves that hallway is when the chief tells him, you can hear Adrian saying, "Are you breaking? Can anyone break from in here?" Right?
Yes.
Can anyone's radio work? Is what it translates to. And no, so the chief, you heard the chief say, call SWAT.
Yes.
And so the only time Adrian leaves danger is when the chief tells him to go outside and call for backup.
Yes, sir.
For call for heavier power, because now we have a barricaded individual. Right?
Yes, sir.
And you heard at some point, people didn't even know if kids were in these classrooms, right?
I can tell you, I didn't know.
You didn't know, but you can hear Adrian is calling also. People are trying to call the front office.
Yes.
Are there classes in, right?
You can see on my body cam, yes. I'm doing that.
And the reason why is two things. Number one, because that school does not have a designated officer. Police
Not
officer.
to my knowledge, no.
Adrian was assigned to the high school.
Yes, he was.
That's why Adrian is even asking, where is the fourth grade building? He asked somebody else, right? That makes sense to you.
Makes sense, yes.
And so everyone is trying to figure out, not everyone, I don't want to be hyperbolic, but Adrian and yourself and maybe one other person are asking, are there kids in these classrooms?
Yes.
Another factor is because there was a special day, it was end of the school year,
Yes.
and there was award ceremonies going on.
Yes, sir.
We had heard of award ceremonies going on in the high school.
Yes, I believe the high school was doing a picnic or something.
Yeah, at Mexican Park.
Yes.
That's the slang, that's what you guys call it, Mexican Park. And then over here, there was award ceremonies going on in the middle school as well.
Yes, sir.
Elementary school, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, elementary school.
And so that's another reason why people were asking, are these classrooms even full?
Yes, sir.
But it made the situation even more dangerous because at some point, Adrian, Sergeant Page, and yourself, Sarge, you see sheetrock. You know that there's bullets going through.
Yes, sir.
So those hallways, at best, were just concealment.
Yes, sir.
I mean, and that's why giving your position is not tactically sound. But there wasn't going to be any protection if that shooter wanted to just shoot through the wall.
Yes, sir.
You, Adrian, and Sergeant Page, and Martinez and Mireles on the other side could have potentially been killed.
Gonzales.
Canales, but Mireles eventually came in, but Canales, yes, could
Yes,
have
sir.
been killed, right?
Yes, sir.
But Adrian stayed in the hall.
Yes.
And we noticed that all the other people that we saw on your dash cam, the ones behind you, they didn't end up in the hallway, right? They didn't come in from the south behind you.
No, at that moment, no.
I mean, and there was a number of officers there that we saw on your dashboard.
Yes.
Right? And so you knew who was on the other side, Martinez and Canales, but those officers, we don't know where they were.
Well, to be fair, I didn't know exactly who was quite a distance on the other side. I didn't know who was there and who was not. I know that Adrian was on my side and Pete was also on my side and Paige.
Yes, sir. But all I'm saying is when we saw the dash cam, those officers, they didn't make it into the building.
Not behind me, no.
Yes, sir. Do you remember when the government asked you that calling SWAT is opposite of confronting a shooter? Do you remember that question?
No.
You don't remember that question?
I don't.
Well, then I'll remind you of the
Sure.
question. The government, Bill asked you, Mr. Turner asked you, calling SWAT, that's opposite of confronting the shooter. He asked you that.
Okay.
And you seemed befuddled by it. You seemed confused by it. That's a confusing statement question. Would you agree?
I was confused by, I know what you're saying now, yes, yes, I was
I mean-
confused. Maybe that's probably why I don't remember.
Yeah, well, it's forgettable. And so all I'm saying is the fact that if someone's calling SWAT, you're not cowering or running away. You're following orders because you've gone as far as you can go in a circumstance. You've put yourself in a fatal funnel. You've put yourself in danger. You've
Yes.
drawn your weapon. Everybody is halted because now someone is barricaded. Officers have taken rounds, and your chief says, "Go call SWAT." That's not someone running away from danger, is it?
No.
Did you ever see Randy Hill make that call? Because he
Which
was the one
call?
assigned to this call initially, right? The one in the corner?
Oh, yes, sir.
I mean, the one that's standing outside his car when you drove by?
If that was him,
That's Randy Hill.
okay.
One of them is Randy Hill. Did you know if he ever made the call? Did he ever get to the building? Did he ever?
I do not know that. I don't know.
I'm just going through my notes. Now you said something in the video, or someone did, maybe it's not you, so please correct me. So we had him contained.
Yes,
And he was contained, right?
yes,
Because technically, if you initial officers, you fired at the beginning,
correct.
didn't go into that hallway, he technically could have not only focused on 112 and shot those other children that made it, he would have been focused on doing that. He could have been distracted by you in the hallway, right?
Yes,
He was so distracted that he came out to shoot at some of you.
yes,
So you, yourself, Paige, Adrian, Martinez, Canales, the chief, you guys had distracted him from continuing his carnage, right? To continuing doing what he was doing.
I know he shot at us, yes, sir, and stopped, and he stopped shooting, I guess.
And is it fair? There's no way for him to know when or if you guys were going to breach.
No, he did
Right.
not know.
So that could have been on his mind, right? Could have
Sure.
been. And so that's a distraction. Now, but if you weren't in the hallway and if he had intent, because the evidence has shown he had a lot of rounds on him, a lot of magazines with bullets in them. He could have walked from that classroom to the next classroom, to the next classroom, to the next classroom, to the next classroom, to the next classroom. And without you being in the hallway, you and Adrian being one of the first ones in the hallway, and Paige, and Canales, and Martinez, he could have gone through that whole school and shot up the whole school. Could have.
Could have, yes, sir.
Nothing would have stopped him but 4 or 5 officers containing him in that room.
Yes, sir.
And then eventually 376 showed up, right?
Eventually, yes, sir.
Now there was a period of time in the video where the government asked you about Adrian holstering his weapon. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Where was Adrian when he holstered the weapon?
He was on the south.
God bless you. Where was he at?
He was on the southeast corner. Of the building.
Southeast corner, inside or outside?
Outside.
Outside. Was there any gunfire going on over there?
No.
Do you always have to worry about crossfire, friendly fire?
Yes, sir.
So if you don't have a threat in front of you, is it prudent and reasonable and per training that you holster your weapon if there's not a threat in front of you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, and if you train, I mean, how long doesn't take long to you know, have a jacket on, but I mean, you can just, you can draw a weapon quickly, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, so holstering a weapon when there's no threat is reasonable, right?
Right.
Your weapon was holstered out there.
Yes, it was.
Now, you said a lot of things out there. You were saying, well, I want to talk about friendly fire before we talk about what you were dispatching and what equipment you were asking for.
Yes, sir.
And you guys just had to do it. You kind of through your own safety, the wings, everybody runs in. You were in a tactical, not just in a fatal funnel, but if Martinez is on the other side with Canales and Adrian's on this side, Paige, you're here, you and the chief. What is this potential when you have blue on blue?
Yes, that was a concern.
And what is that called? Crossfire?
Crossfire, yes, sir.
Or blue on blue? And so, but in that situation, you did what you had to do, right? All of you did what you had to do. But that was a potential concern as well.
Yes, it was a potential concern.
But back to you being outside. So you and Adrian go outside. Adrian is commanded or asked or told by the chief to go outside. He listens, reasonable request. You go outside also because you can't break either.
Correct.
And you're a sergeant. And so you're out there and you're asking for flashbangs.
Yes,
if
sir.
we have them.
Yes.
What are flashbangs?
Distraction devices.
And now you typically would you use those if there was a room full of children?
It's hard to say. I mean, what I was doing, I knew that we were gonna have to confront the individual, and I prefer to have a distraction device,
right,
given that we just took rounds.
Right. Now you didn't know that there was a room full of children, by the way. So
No.
you want options, right? Is that
Correct,
a statement?
yes.
So you're asking for options, and the way flashbangs are used is it goes and it creates this explosion.
Correct.
So a bad guy could maybe be distracted by that, and then you guys could come in,
Correct,
right, and do something.
yes.
And there's all different kinds of ways to distract.
Yes.
But that would be one of them.
One of them, yes, sir.
Do you think that, speaking of distract, do you think that Saucedo and Mendoza could have distracted the shooter before he went into the building on the west side?
Could have, yes.
They could have, right?
Yes.
Now, you also asked for a Halligan tool. They've heard a lot about a Halligan tool, so I'm going to just jump in. That's a tool to help pry open a door, especially for an outward swinging door, correct?
Yes, sir.
Much more difficult to deal with that
A
scenario.
lot more difficult, yes.
And so you asked for that, correct?
Yes.
And after you asked for that, and this is where we can hear Adrian trying to verify, are there children in the classrooms on the video?
Yes.
So you're still figuring things out.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Judge, I didn't realize the time. Do you want me to pause right here? I can kind of cut it. It's lunchtime.
Keep going.
Okay. I don't want them mad at me if they can be mad at you.
We gotta finish this one, so so let's go.
Okay, Judge, I'm doing my best. So you guys are trying to figure this out still.
Yes.
Okay. And then as you're figuring it out, at some point, because I know that they asked you about this, Adrian's posting up on the southeast corner, and he's looking, and that was a reasonable thing to do, right?
I thought so, yes.
I mean, because there's people coming up this way.
Yes.
Meaning officers, and there's some defects on the window, maybe some rounds that have come out.
Correct.
And so two things can happen. Someone can be shot from that window.
Yes.
It's kind of a sniper situation.
Correct.
Or the person, the individual suspect could be trying to escape.
Could, yes.
And if they're trying to escape, then that's when you guys would confront them, right?
Yes.
And so someone that's truly containing. So once again, he's following his training, taking on the role of containment on the backside because he knew the hallway was covered.
Correct.
And during that time, the government asked you about kind of this. It sounded like, and it looked like Adrian was just figuring it out like you are. And he says, I saw a teacher on the ground, right?
Yes.
Now, you didn't hear his interview, but he explains that he didn't know at the time it was a teacher. Once he made contact with her, he knew that was a teacher at that time, right?
To be honest with you, sir, I don't know what he was saying. I know he was trying to,
Okay.
I think he was just thinking out loud, trying to explain what was going on and rationalize
Right.
what was going on.
He's just figuring out, he says, I saw a teacher on the ground. I thought she had tackled somebody. I saw her running, right? So and you didn't hear his interview, but he saw someone running, and the call was someone's running towards the school with a gun. And so he gets the call, because you heard the dispatch, someone running towards the school with the gun. And where did Adrian drive?
Into the school.
Into the school, towards the school.
Ask him after it's repetitive.
All right, so you saw that. So Adrian is recollecting that in his mind. So when you talk about considering, because the government asked you about considering the backdrop, anytime you have shooting around a school, you're never going to have a perfect backdrop.
No.
Right? I mean, if in a courtroom, there's never going to be a perfect backdrop. I mean, these officers, you're always going to have that situation,
correct,
especially at a school.
Yes.
I mean, that doesn't mean you don't act at all and do something.
No.
And from your knowledge, you know, and from what you experienced, you saw Adrian act, correct?
I'm sorry?
You saw Adrian act as you approached at 11:35:10?
Yes.
He ran into the school?
Yes.
He stayed in the school, correct?
Yes.
In the hallway?
Yes.
And he remained in danger until given further instruction?
From what now we played from the video that we saw, the dash cam, or body cam, yes.
Thank you, sir. Pass the witness, Judge.
Continue.
Yeah.
This is the case of the state versus Adrian Gonzales, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we've been here 2 weeks talking about Adrian Gonzales, correct?
Yes, sir.
So can we start with Adrian Gonzales that day?
Yes, sir.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person, I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
We've had a stipulation of around 11:31:55, give or take a few seconds. Adrian Gonzales is parked on the south lot.
Yes, sir.
We have a stipulation that the gunman entered the west wing around 1 minute and 3 seconds later. Correct?
Yes, sir.
During that time, y'all show up about halfway in between that time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
About 30 seconds in. And we know from your I'll make sure I have that photograph.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and take an hour for lunch. Get back as quick as you can. We'll see you back in an hour. Remember my instructions. Let everyone rise for the jury.
Well, yes, Judge.
Okay, so, Tali, you were telling me you thought that the prosecution, the defense had turned this into their witness.
They absolutely have. I mean, the prosecutor had a chance to make some points. They didn't finish off and really strengthen their case too much when they had Sergeant Coronado up, and the defense has done a phenomenal job of turning him. I mean, I feel like we've been listening to a defense witness the entire time.
It's really kind of stunning, and actually at one point you were saying, hey, they're done. Just go ahead and wrap it.
I mean, I think the cross-examination probably could have ended several minutes ago. They made really good points. I think the demonstration has been this is a failure of training, a failure of decision making, but not necessarily criminal activity.
Right.
And if you're going to characterize it as such, look at all of these other officers who had other opportunities, either similar to or more advanced opportunities than Adrian Gonzales had, and they didn't act. So what are we to determine is actual criminal activity versus an officer just making a decision based on tactics or strategy?
Well, and he talks about that, Salcedo and Mendoza had line of sight of the shooter, and Salcedo has an AR-15, wants to take the shot, doesn't take the shot.
Right. In fact, asked permission to do so, which he doesn't need to under the law. Could they have distracted? The defense attorney asked, do you think they could have distracted Ramos, the defendant? And he said yes. Had that back door been locked, would that have potentially slowed things down? Yes. There's all these contributing factors that they've now established on the defense side that really damages the state's case. In fact, I mean, so this morning I was saying that I definitely wanted to hear from Officer Gonzales. I don't know if that's needed anymore.
So you wouldn't put him on the stand now?
At this point, unless the government, the state can somehow salvage their case and turn things around, I don't know if they need to put him on the stand.
Would you even, if you were the defense, would you even put on a case? Would you just say they haven't proved it? The end.
Honestly, no. I mean, it really kind of depends on what they put forth. But at this point, I would be concerned if I was the state of the defense calling other officers that were at the scene and further establishing that this was part of the strategy. It was chaotic. These were decisions made within the moment. I don't even know if that's needed necessarily at this point, but that is something they could think about.
Well, and they also got him. They talked about how Nico LaHood talked about how there's these three officers. They have line of sight, and then he asked, do you think it's reasonable for someone who doesn't have line of sight and doesn't know where the shooting's exactly coming from, like Adrian Gonzales, to be held accountable? And he says he agrees that's unreasonable.
Right. Which, I mean, that's really all you need, right? So, from the very beginning too, and this doesn't get talked about all the time, but the tempo, the tenor, the way the cross-examination was handled was so different than the way the state attorney asked his questions on direct. It was very kind of methodical, a little, meandering, and immediately right out of the gate, the cross-examination was energetic. He was going at it. He made his points. At one point, he let on several occasions let things slip. I noted one, and he was indicating about Sergeant Coronado being there and how, Officer Gonzales was in front of him. And he made a point of saying, well, I'm not saying that you should be prosecuted.
Oh, yeah, I caught that.
Which, I maybe a slip, maybe that was a little bit of a, getting to the subconscious of the jury saying, well, wait a minute here. One of the star witnesses for the state. Yeah. So he definitely did a good job.
I also thought it was interesting that he repetitively used the language of the indictment.
Yeah, that was very smart as well.
That was interesting. And then the other thing I thought was he showed these pictures of these two officers that had arrived, and they're standing by their car, and they're like, well, they didn't run towards the school, and what about their training, and making that really crystal clear.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only way you might be able to salvage this as a prosecutor is that we're not conceding that these other officers also did not act in a potentially criminal way, right? Raise the standard for everybody. this is the officer we have decided to go against because he was one of the first responding. Their failure to act doesn't necessarily absolve them.
Right.
But then the question out there is, well, how come they haven't been charged?
Right.
I mean, I would almost say charge them all if you really think this is
and let
criminal.
the chips fall where they may.
Exactly. I mean, if this is truly how you believe, and I think the defense is doing a good point of this case is being brought for symbolic purposes only. We talked about it during break at one point. Say Ramos had not died during this and he was actually apprehended. Would this trial even be happening? Most likely not. They would be trying Ramos. He's the person they would be going after. He is this evil individual who committed a heinous crime. All the attention and the energy from the state would be going towards him. He is not part of the equation anymore. And the state's looking for somebody else to hold accountable. And unfortunately, that's Adrian Gonzales.
Yeah, I think so. And it's because in many ways, this trial has the feel of you were trying the shooter.
Right, exactly. The ballistics, the testimony from parents and teachers, the emotional testimony. Yeah, that's something you usually see on somebody. And again, we talked about this earlier. Gonzales isn't being charged with doing something to the children. It's more failure to act. So bringing all of that in does seem kind of strange. That's something you would do to someone who was the shooter like Ramos. Listen, I understand. I mean, we keep talking about it during breaks about how emotional it is and why aren't they doing something and why aren't they going in? And again, maybe it's a failure on decision making, a failure of training or whatever the case may be. But does that rise to the level of a criminal conviction?
Yeah, and that's the thing I've always struggled with. I've covered law enforcement a long time. Do you criminalize this? And
Right.
that has been I've really struggled with that one. And that doesn't mean in any way, shape, or form that I will ever think that the police response out there was okay. But I struggle with that one. And then I struggle with this guy.
Yeah.
Him being charged. I mean, because you have a whole lot of other officers out there.
That's all right. That's right.
And it's I mean, there was no doubt there was a failure of law enforcement. But so do you put Salcedo on the stand? Do you put Mendoza on the stand if I'm the prosecution?
Oof. After seeing what just occurred, I'd be very hesitant to do so.
Do you wrap up your case right now? Are you done?
They can't. I mean, if I was a prosecutor, you have to find some way to salvage what just happened. You cannot rest on what we just saw.
Maybe you put a family member on.
Possibly try to pull it back, get back to the emotional heartstrings. I mean, we can't get away from the fear factor. I mean, this was a horrible, horrible tragedy. Right. And you keep going back to a bad decision making or bad training or whatever the case may be, but we can't ever let this happen again. This is how scary it was. This is how sad it was. There's all these families who, I just don't, I don't know. Schools are supposed to be the safest haven we have, right? I mean, our children spend more time at school than they do at home with us. And so you go back and you try to hit that home with the jury. And regardless of the evidence, maybe a jury thinks, you know what, we've got to hold somebody accountable. We have to send a message to the country, to law enforcement all over that, yeah, you run towards the bullets, you run towards the danger. You don't hesitate.
No, it's a hard one. Well, folks, we're going to take a break ourselves for lunch. We'll be back around 1:45, and I appreciate you for joining us. Thank you.
So I was going to say to you, Dave, in not that one, this one. In my opinion, we've discussed this so many times. It says, in my opinion, the judge has heard nothing from the state that puts Adrian to blame him and not granting a DVR directed verdict. It would only be because he's afraid of the blowback from the community. Yeah, I agree with you, but that's what's wrong because, you know, this is exactly why the issue can go to the jury, because if we're afraid of that happening with a judge, what do you think about the jury? Based it on emotion. That's why the judge should rule on the law and not emotion. And I can't see or fathom how lawful this trial is. So in that case, it should be a directed verdict. I think everyone can see that. It should not go into the hands of the jury for the exact reason you've just said. Because what about them being afraid of blowback from the community as well? It only takes one person to be afraid on that jury. And I think to a person here, we'd all say this should be a slam dunk, not guilty, within like less than half an hour. So that's why, in my opinion, if the judge did his role correctly, he takes that out of the hands of the jury. And not because he only takes one person to be scared or to base like, well, I know it you know, because they could be looking at it going, well, I mean, this could be the start of it. They might prosecute all 370 people. So let's get him guilty. Let's get some sort of justice for the children. There are people that think like that. So, you know, that's why I believe it should be a directed verdict, take it out of the hands of the jury. I think anybody with common sense, even Dave says not guilty. And you know how uncommon that is for Dave to say not guilty to anything. Right, we've got we're back in 40 odd minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play you law and crime thingy. If you all remember this, you've probably all seen this, because we did play a little bit of this the other day. So we put this on. This is a mother arrested. She confessed to hiding her little girl.
I know that
they go through it now, so we can see it. You can see it for yourself. But we did watch her get arrested. This is the actual case now, and so this will probably be possibly a big trial if it goes to trial. I don't know if it's going to go to trial or not.
I know that what I did was wrong. Now that I'm older and wiser, but I didn't see a way out.
For the first time, you're hearing the interrogation of a woman who police say lived a secret for decades. Deborah Newton was arrested in Florida and charged with the decades-old kidnapping of her then toddler daughter, Michelle, a little girl who grew into a woman who police say never knew she was a missing person. Now Law and Crime has obtained Newton's interrogation, where she explains why she ran, how she hid, and the moment her double life collapsed. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Well, you are about to hear a secret told loud for the very first time. And this is a secret we're talking about that lasted a lifetime. Now, we previously talked about the case of Deborah Newton. She was arrested just a few weeks ago in Florida, and she's accused of kidnapping her own toddler daughter and vanishing decades ago. That little girl became a missing persons poster. Now, that little girl's dad never stopped searching. And investigators allege the mom, Deborah, she lived a full life under a new name, Sharon, and her daughter was right beside her. And her daughter didn't know a massive manhunt had once existed for them. Now, we brought you the arrest, and now we have the interrogation just came in. And this is the first time that we're actually hearing Deborah Newton's voice, her version of events in the moment that the world that she built finally started to unravel. I want you to take a listen to this, where you hear the weight of everything hit her. The detectives have just told her that they believe that they have confirmed her real identity.
And when I saw that name on the folder, it was just like so much like a knife going through me to see that last name. I mean, I know that's who it is, but that's not me. I don't want to be that person.
Now, Deborah says, quote, "That's not me." but according to police, it was. The full interrogation, it is raw, it's revealing, and it raises some huge questions about victimhood, guilt, and a love that authorities allege hid a crime. Now, this all started back in Louisville, Kentucky in the spring of 1983. We have a little girl back then named Michelle Newton. She was just 3 years old. Her parents were Joe and Deborah Newton. Now, according to the family's plan, they were getting ready to move to Georgia. As Joe Newton later told reporters, Deborah left a little ahead of them with Michelle. Supposedly, she was going to start a new job and get the home ready. But when Joe got to Georgia, his wife, his daughter, they were gone. And according to authorities, that was it. Mom and daughter vanished. There was reportedly one final vague phone call sometime in 1984 or 1985, but since then, silence. And from that moment on, their paths couldn't have been more different. You have one reality, the one that existed in Kentucky. Michelle Newton became a photo on a missing child flyer, a cold case. Her dad, Joe, telling local news that he searched for decades. A warrant was issued for Deborah Newton's arrest for custodial interference. At one point, the FBI even listed her among its most wanted for parental kidnapping. Now, the years of searching, they stretched on. The case, it grew so cold that, according to court records, it was dismissed in the year 2000 because prosecutors couldn't find Joe Newton. In 2005, Michelle was removed from the National Missing Child databases. So to the outside world, it seemed like this trail, it had gone completely dark, and it seemed like it had gone dark for good. But in another reality, one police say was carefully constructed, life went on. According to the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, Deborah Newton, now going by the name Sharon, and her daughter, who was going by a different name, they were building a life. They moved from Georgia to Florida, then to Pennsylvania, then they were back in Florida. They put down roots, they got jobs, got married, they became part of a community. For over 4 decades, they lived this life with Michelle, now a woman in her 40s. And it is amazing to think of this. She had no idea she was a missing person. She had no idea that there were once flyers with her childhood picture on them and that it was her. So how did these two realities finally collide? The break came from a persistent family member. The sheriff's office says that in 2016, a relative asked detectives to just take another look, and the case was reopened. Then, this past November, a crucial tip came in. Someone in Florida thought they recognized a woman named Sharon from that decades-old flyer for Deborah Newton. So the U.S. Marshals then enter the picture. A task force detective ran the comparison, and authorities confirmed it was a match. So to be certain, they collected DNA from Deborah's sister who lived in Kentucky. Investigators say it came back as a match to the woman living in Florida. And that is what led police to a quiet neighborhood in the Villages, Florida, in late November. They had a warrant, they had the confirmation, and they just had to make an arrest. Now, this is the body cam footage from that day, the moment the life that she knew as Sharon came to an end.
Well, we're here for you, man. Definitely here for you.
Well, why?
We're waiting on the detective to get here, but we have, with all the information that we do have, you have a warrant for your arrest.
That is an arrest 42 years in the making. But that moment was just the beginning of the revelations, because after this, Deborah Newton would be taken to an interrogation room. And now, for the first time, she would have to tell her side of the story. The interrogation footage begins not with some dramatic questioning, but with some disorientation. Deborah Newton, still Sharon, in her mind, is brought into this room. She's handcuffed. And for the first 45 minutes of the tape that we have, there is very little dialogue. She is left alone for long periods, repeatedly saying that she's claustrophobic, that she needs to use the bathroom, that she just wants to go home. It's the mundane, agonizing reality of being processed. A detective finally enters to get just basic information. Now, this detective, he is gentle, he's almost apologetic, and he asks for her daughter's name and birthday. And notice how he navigates this.
your daughter, Amanda. Was her middle name Marie? Yes? Okay. Do you know a date of birth?
You mean as Michelle?
Yes, so we can identify her and find her. Yes, ma'am.
Then you would want to look under, I can give you her phone number.
Okay.
She's, did I talk to you at the house?
No, ma'am, that wasn't me. Like I said, that was Detective Escobar.
Okay.
He's a little shorter than I am.
She's in Pennsylvania. I mean,
I was talking to Mr. Reggie, and he said, husband, Joe, this is legal name, Joseph.
Jose. Jose. Avanto.
Do you know his middle name? Or does he have one?
I don't know.
Don't know? Okay. Do you know their address off the top of your head? And then this date of birth, is that for Amanda or for Michelle?
Amanda.
Okay. And for Michelle, what would that date of birth be? Okay. And Miss Michelle's middle name?
Marie.
Marie. And last name?
She was born as Newton.
Newton. Okay. Like I said, I'm not familiar with all the information because like I said, Detective Escobar, the one you spoke to in the back of the truck, he has all the information.
Is he coming?
Yes, ma'am, he will. He's still making some phone calls and everything. And he's going to be coming in. That's why he asked me to try to get the basic information and everything for everybody.
I'm really scared.
Why?
I don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, so he'll be, like I said, I don't have all that information. He'll be able to come in and to explain. I don't want to tell you something and it's not the truth because like I said, I don't know everything. He has all that information, so he'll be coming in. As far as I'm aware of, all I know of is there was a warrant issued and in reference to this with your daughter, I guess, with some parental custody issues. And then I guess the other side of the family's been pushing it to find out because they didn't know if y'all were still alive or anything like that. And that's all I know. So we just need to get all of our ducks in a row, make sure we got everybody within the situation, and then go from there.
Already the framework is set. The detective casually bridges her two words, Amanda, I mean as Michelle. And she provides the real birthday without hesitation. And you can hear her say that she is scared, but she is compliant. A little later, another detective arrives and reads her Miranda rights. Then the detective just cuts to the chase. He lists the agencies involved, FBI, U.S. Marshals, Louisville, Kentucky police, to show her that this isn't just some small time investigation. Then he gives her the floor to explain what happened. And what follows is the core narrative where she doesn't deny taking her daughter, but she does reframe it. Listen.
I don't even know if I can remember all the details. It's a long time ago. But when I was married to him, I got married, I think I was 17, and things were pretty good, but then he wanted some sort of open marriage, and he took pictures of me, and then when I tried to leave, Amanda was a baby.
We're talking about Joseph.
Yeah. Okay. Joseph, my husband. And he took pictures of me with two different men, two different times, not together, but two different times. And said that if I left him, divorced him, he would take those films. They weren't videos, they were like film, kind of old-fashioned film, and he would share them and show them to my family, my mom and dad. And so I had an opportunity to run, and I went to Atlanta, Georgia.
What year do you think that was?
1983, I think. And the person there helped me to get false identification. And so I just kind of rebuilt a life because he was really mean. And I became this mean person, and I just really look back. My husband doesn't know. He has nothing to do with this. He doesn't know. My daughter doesn't know. I think they probably both have suspected things in my life, like why I didn't get a driver's license in the state of Florida.
Now, I'm kind of coming into this. Like I told you before, I don't know everything. So Joseph was your first husband, correct? And where was this at? Where did you originally live?
In Kentucky.
In Kentucky. Do you remember the city of Kentucky?
It was in Louisville.
Louisville? Okay. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm kind of trying to get all the information.
I never spoke to him again. And when I was kind of going through the process, he said that I couldn't leave him.
What process? Like divorce or?
I wanted to get a divorce because I didn't want to be that kind of person. But I can still remember the two men. I can still remember their names. I can still remember that. But he took pictures.
How did you leave Kentucky? Like under like a false pretense, or did you?
No, I told them I was going to a job in Georgia. I don't know if it was Atlanta or somewhere around Atlanta. I don't remember, but I think it was Atlanta. It was with a trucking company. And then I was going to go down there to work, and he was okay with that. My parents weren't real happy, but he was okay with that. And when I got there, I knew that that's how I was going to get away.
How long were you there for?
I don't think it was a whole year.
Now, the person who helped you kind of create a new identity, did you go by, did you immediately switch over to Sharon, or were you somebody else before? Or the name that you used before, was it Sharon?
I'm not sure if I understand.
So when you created your new identity, was now the name that you went to was Sharon? Okay, there's not another name you used throughout the years.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you go after Georgia?
Florida.
Okay, where at in Florida?
Tampa.
Tell me about that. Like, what you left Georgia and you went to Tampa.
I got a little efficiency type apartment. I don't even remember how I got it because, well, I had identification and a driver's license, but I got a driver's license with fake information that I had from the state of Florida. But then I got a job at a daycare center. And I think during that time, the social security number that I was using was not the social security number that I have today. I don't remember why, but I do remember having to go to the Social Security Administration and getting a Social Security number. At the same time, I think I got my daughter's. And it was easily done because back then you didn't have to have that number when you were born. But for whatever reason, I seem to remember having a reason to change the social security number when I was working at the daycare center.
And this is the social you use now?
That's the one I got through the social security department.
That's the one you use now?
Correct.
So she's laid out her core claim. She says that she was a victim fleeing a blackmailing husband, Joseph, who she says wanted her to be in an open marriage and would not let her leave him. Now the detective starts drilling down into the practical details of her hidden life, the nuts and bolts of how you disappear for 40 years. He walks her through her moves, her jobs, and crucially, how she managed things for her daughter. Now he asks her to account for her whereabouts over the years. And in doing so, the reality of this massive alleged sustained deception becomes overwhelming.
The one you use now?
Correct.
Okay, the 004 at the end, 593. Okay, yeah, that was issued in 83. So you came down to Tampa. Were you married? Were you single? Were you
single?
Okay. And you lived in low efficiency and you worked at a daycare. How'd you meet Michael?
Michael.
You were married to a Michael Rookover?
No.
You were not married to him?
No, not Michael. I was married to a Wayne.
Wayne.
Michael was Wayne's brother, who is deceased.
Okay.
Michael. Wayne, my ex-husband, is still alive.
Okay. What's Michael's last name and what's Wayne's last name?
Brookover.
Rookover.
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
Brookover.
Okay, so the way it sounds.
Yep. I'm not sure how that got twisted, but.
No, that's okay. And there's a lot of information throughout the years and just some things start to like mix up. But where did you guys live together? In Tampa? Okay. So how did you leave Tampa?
I was dating someone and I just wanted to get away. And we kind of sort of just picked a place on the map and it was Pennsylvania. And I went to Pennsylvania and started working for a restaurant. And at the restaurant is where I met Wayne. And his real name is not Wayne, it's Chester. I don't know, it's probably important somewhere along the line.
With a J or CH?
CH, yes.
Chester.
Chester.
Okay. And that's Brookover?
Yeah. Because if whatever you're doing with that, you probably need to know that's his real name. And he lives in, I think it's Virginia.
I'm pretty confident I've ran into Chester's name before somewhere because I've looked into Michael and I saw Chester's name there.
So you met Wayne in Tampa?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, okay.
Did you
I got
date
confused.
anybody in Tampa?
I went out. I had a roommate that was a girl.
And what year do you think you moved from Tampa to Pennsylvania?
'86.
86.
Is this Michael Wayne's brother?
Can I get other?
No, bring it to you. I got a lot of paperwork here.
I think so. I'm gonna say I didn't know him very well. And like I said, he passed away fairly young. I think that's him. He's from Ohio, West Virginia, Ohio. One of them. But there was never any relationship between us.
So you moved to Pennsylvania and that's where you met Wayne. How long were you and Wayne together?
I think 10 years.
10 years. Did he ever suspect that? Did you tell him the truth, or you just kind of?
No one in this world knows the truth but me. No one. No one knows this story.
Quote, "No one in this world knows the truth for me." That is the line that is hanging in the air as Newton walks through the various places and relationships that she found herself in, all while allegedly concealing her daughter in profound and what detectives allege was a deliberate act of secrecy. The detective then moves to the person at the center of it all, her daughter, Michelle. He asks about her daughter's names, her documents, how she explained the lack of a past. And here we get the first glimpse of the psychological toll that this secret took on their relationship. Deborah describes a mom-daughter bond that appeared strained at times.
And over the years, Amanda, did she go by different names as well, or just Amanda?
No, I mean nicknames. Like Manda.
What about her last name? Did you already change her last name?
She got married.
Yeah.
She was always Amanda Marie Blake.
But she was never Amanda Brookover or anything?
No.
Okay.
No.
Did you ever keep up with like your case in Kentucky? Like you never researched it?
Nope, I was afraid to. I wanted to look online and see if my parents were still alive, but I was afraid to, because I know when you look for things, sometimes there can be little traps out there, and I was afraid to.
Did you know there was a warrant out for your arrest back in the 80s and 90s?
No idea. I know that what I did was wrong. Now that I'm older and wiser, but I didn't see a way out.
Kind of with like, just what did you tell Amanda happened with like her birth certificate or like her social or any records of her? Or did you already have that?
She asked me a lot of times she asked me questions about her father. And as she got older, I kind of told her she needed to stop asking because it could get me killed, is what I told her. And she finally just stopped, but she doesn't have a birth certificate.
Did she ever ask you for her birth certificate?
Yeah, she asked. I was lied.
So being that she doesn't have a birth certificate, does she drive at all, or does she have any? How does she go about that?
She drives, and I suspect that what she did was take the name that she has and the information that she could put together. And I believe she probably got a birth certificate, a true real birth certificate of the person who has that true name. But I don't, she didn't do anything.
Yeah.
No,
She shouldn't get in trouble. I don't want her to get scared. I don't want her to.
She's not.
She's not in trouble or anything. It's because she's still, technically she's Michelle Newton. She's still listed as a missing person. So we have to cross those bridges to take her out as a missing person and everything to where that's not out there, where if something happens in an aspect to where, they do, something to where they find, evidence or anything like that. And it's like, hey, well, this is showing that this is Michelle, but this lady goes by Amanda. So we have to make sure that that's taken care of as well, that she's not listed as a missing person anymore also.
She always told me that I think she kind of always suspected something, because she always said, Mom, I'll love you. Even if you killed somebody, Mom, I would always love you. But I couldn't tell her, because when you tell somebody, that puts them in guilt, and I don't do that.
So she's just admitted that she knew about the warrant, meaning when police showed up initially in the previous body camera footage that we showed you, according to Deborah Newton, she knew exactly why they were coming. Now, after that emotional moment, the detective continues tracing the timeline of her life in hiding. And he asks about how she enrolled, quote, Amanda in school. And she explains that they used the false identity moving from Tampa to Pennsylvania, and about her current husband, whose name is Reggie.
You ever have any questions? Like, kind of, what you tell them about the years?
No, I think he was a little frustrated, because I've always driven, and when we came to Florida, my license expired and I didn't get it renewed. And I think he thinks I have a state ID card, because I just told him, which is true, I don't like to drive. I'm scared of driving. Mm-hmm. That's a whole different subject, but it's hard to drive here. So he just loves me so much, I think. He just kind of maybe believed me.
Now the detective circles back to test the foundation of her entire defense, her claim of fleeing an abusive, blackmailing husband. Now he asks if her ex-husband, Joseph, the one from Kentucky, ever came looking for her in Georgia. And she insists that he did not, suggesting that he was, quote, glad with the distance. But then the detective calmly presents a fact from the official record, a direct contradiction.
Did you, let's kind of go back a little bit. It's kind of a quick question. Back in Georgia, did anybody ever come looking for you, Michelle?
You mean like knock on the door and question?
Like Joseph, did he ever come looking for
Oh,
you?
no. Honestly, maybe he was glad with the distance between us, because it left him free to do the things he wanted to do, which was being with other people.
So he did come looking for you guys in Georgia. I guess you found some paperwork there for a divorce, and he actually tried knocking on the door to where you guys were living at. Do you remember that at all?
Never.
And that's kind of two sides. So this is what he said throughout the years back in the 90s, and this is what you're saying.
The detective then continues to fill in the timeline of her hidden life, her moves, her job at Wells Fargo, and finally retiring in Florida, and retiring in the Villages, no less. If you know about the Villages, that's one of the largest, if not the largest, retirement community in the entire country. And he reveals that her sister has been looking for her and that her parents are no longer alive. Now, this news shifts the mood.
And when I saw that name on the folder, it was just like so much like a knife going through me to see that last name. I mean, that's, I know that's who it is, but that's not me. I don't want to be that person.
Which is from what you've told us and everything, and we understand, why. I have a past, and I'm not that person anymore. I had to move away from my family and everything as well. Met my wife here in this county and everything. I'm not from here. So, it's been a better life for me. I didn't do it the same way you did, but, I was able to do that.
I'm sure you didn't break any rules like I did.
Not to get away, no ma'am, but I did break rules.
I didn't want to do it that way.
Yeah, and we understand that too, because we understand that, it's different from how it is in the 80s and compared to now. We know that back in there, domestic violence was not a thing like it is now. A lot of times, back in the day, that we know that a lot of females didn't have a voice. So, like, we understand that.
I tried when I was in Charlotte to do things like with Trust for Success and domestic violence survivors. Even here, I try to behind the scenes work and donate and stuff because I know what it's like to not have a place to go. I mean, there's just nowhere to go.
The detective then explains the extradition process to Kentucky. She is terrified, but first they allow her to place a phone call with her husband, Reggie, just to sort out the practicalities. Then they arrange the most anticipated call, the call she is making to her daughter, Michelle.
Hello?
Hey, Mama. I love you. Are you okay? I love you too. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. All right? It's gonna be okay.
All right.
Okay? It's gonna be okay. I love you. I told you before, whatever it is, it's okay. And ride or die. You're my mama, and you're okay. Okay?
All right. I told him that you said that.
I love you.
I love you too.
I knew that everything you've ever done has been to take care of me, and I am here. Whatever they tell me I can do. Can I do something to get you out, or?
I don't know. It's going to be a while.
Okay. Do you need me to talk to Reg? Is there anything I can do at all?
No, he's okay. He was here.
Okay.
He's worried about Kira. I'm worried about Toys for Tots.
It's the little things you worry about. I get it. It's okay. It's all right.
Are you home?
I just got home. Yeah, the kids called me and told me that the police were here, and I kind of detoured and came back because I didn't know what was going on. And
were they nice to you?
He was very nice. He's coming back in a few minutes. They have to do a DNA test. So, of course, I whatever I need to do to fix this. And
the DNA doesn't lie.
Well, it's okay. Like I said, I mean, you and I have been round and round for a long time with me asking questions, and I feel like you would have just had peace. I just want you to be okay. That's it. Okay, it's all right.
I'll be okay.
We will be okay. All right, let me just figure out what I need to do on this side. I'll talk to the detective and find out what I have to take care of.
Reggie said if you need to talk to Judy, you can talk to Judy.
Okay.
Judy said if she needs to come, she can be here in 3 hours, so.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of thinking I need to get a flight and get down there, so.
Can she see me if she comes down?
It would only be the video visitation.
Oh, you wouldn't be able to see me.
Okay. I don't even know if I'll be able to fly. I don't know what this happens with my identity or my passport or anything. I'll figure all that out. Priority right now is you. It's gonna be okay. Okay. You remember the version of you with the cement and busting up the back to make the driveway because you wanted it?
Because I can do anything.
Because you could do anything, right?
Yeah.
And whatever you did, I know was to keep me safe. I have no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, I know. I'm just a little scared.
It's okay. It's okay to be scared. It's okay to be scared. I love you. I need you to just breathe and keep in fact, like I'm right with you. Even though I'm up here, I am right with you, and we will figure it out.
All right. Well,
It's gonna be okay.
I guess your husband really isn't going to like me now.
That's not my concern. I don't care what he thinks. It's okay.
I know.
It's not his life. It's not his relationship. It has nothing to do with him.
I know. I just needed to laugh.
It's okay. I'm sending you the biggest hug right now. Okay.
All right.
All right. I love you. I'm going to talk to the detective and find out what I need to do next. I'm going to take care of stuff with the police, and Is Reggie allowed to see you?
He can come to some kind of a video conference, but not see me in person. I guess from what I understand, I'm in a room with the TV and he's in another room with the TV. And we kind of like FaceTime, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, he said pretty much.
Okay, it's gonna be okay, Mom.
I know.
Okay.
I know I love you.
I love you too.
I wish I could have told you. I wish I could have told you all those times ago. And
it was a big thing for you to carry, and I hate that this is going on, but I'm also really happy that you don't have to carry it by yourself anymore. This is what I told you before.
I know, but if I would have told you, it would have made you guilty, and I didn't want to do that.
Well, that's a whole lot for a mom to carry on her shoulders, woman.
I know.
I would have been guilty with you. It would have been okay.
I know. But it would have changed your life, and I didn't want to do that.
Well, I have the life I have because of you, and that is what matters right now. So we're gonna figure this out, and everything is gonna be okay.
All right.
All right.
Tell the kids I love them.
I will.
All right.
I absolutely will. I love you, Mama.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Now, after that call, she is taken away to jail. The interrogation is over, but the case is just entering a new phase. So what happens now? Well, according to the Marion County Sheriff's Office, Deborah Newton was booked on that decades-old felony warrant for custodial interference, and she is being held without bond in Florida, awaiting extradition back to Kentucky. Authorities in Jefferson County will have to formally request her transfer, and because the charge in Kentucky carries no statute of limitations, prosecutors there can move forward. Now, for Michelle Newton, the daughter who lived 46 years as Amanda, the journey of discovering her own identity, that in a lot of ways is just beginning. In statements to local media after her arrest, she said her intention is to support both of her parents through this and to help them heal. And while there were allegations of abuse mentioned against Michelle's dad, Deborah Newton's ex-husband, Joseph Newton, we were not able to independently verify those claims. What a story. That will do it.
Okay, I think she's been in court, but I don't know what happened. Well, she did just say actually that she's been held without bond. So that's an interesting one. I do think that's interesting. Right, let's get it on, as we say, around these parts. Let me do this, make this bigger. That's what she said. Right. I need to just put this in here. Baba, Miss American Pie. Ba 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 da 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 da. The tree beep beep beep. And good old girls drinking whiskey and wine. Lady Di is home. She's home. Sarah P. PP. Right, let's see what they're going to say.
Through all the testimony and through the body cam of just how the chaos, they don't know what's happening. And I also thought it was important, and we didn't talk about this right before the break, the discrepancy in what gets actually broadcast out onto the radio. You know, this 911 call is coming, and obviously police officers in the field, they've not heard that 911 call. 911 call comes out saying there's, been a wreck and there's a man with a gun.
Right.
But there's a whole lot more in that 911 call
that
doesn't get broadcast out to officers. And, that's not that does happen sometimes. It wouldn't be the first time. I've covered cases where, there's a lot of detail in the 911 call that officers don't have.
Sure. Well, and yes, again, you're holding Officer Gonzales liable for the few seconds. Now, this entire situation unfolded over many, many minutes, right? Before it was ultimately resolved with Ramos' passing. But we're really dissecting the seconds that Gonzales had to make a decision. Did not have a lot of information, didn't get all of, like you said, the information from the 911 call to dispatch. He gets to the scene. He's trying to gather information. Coronado described it himself when Coronado got there. There could be 1, 2, 3 suspects. It's dark hallways.
Right.
There's an echo situation going on with the firearms. They're not sure if they're being fired at. They don't know if there's children inside the school or not because there's some sort of awards thing going on. Lots of confusion, and it's happening within moments.
Right.
So again, emotionally, as parents, as grown-ups, as anybody responsible, we want the police officer to run in there, kick the doors in, and do something.
Right.
But again, we're talking about the difference between a moral, emotional threshold versus a legal one.
Yeah, and we've talked about this. Holding officers accountable criminally is a really, I think, is still a difficult one. And and I thought that Daniel, Nicola Hood did a really good job when he was talking about how, you arrive there, but you park in one spot and then you drive around away from the gunfire, trying to make him explain that, because aren't you supposed to run to the gunfire?
Right. Kind of contradicts all that training that we've heard about earlier.
All this active shooter training,
Right.
why are we waiting? Why aren't we running to the school? Because apparently we expect Adrian Gonzales to immediately run in the school.
Yeah. Well, and he did follow up with that, and he got Coronado to admit that Gonzales did go into the school. In fact, was in front of Coronado.
Right.
Stayed in that funnel, that fatal funnel, and only left the scene when ordered to by a commander, by his supervisor,
By Peter Ardondo.
to go outside and try
Call
to
for
contact
tactical.
SWAT. So yeah, you can criticize the decision making, the training, the moment to moment thought process that Gonzales may have had, or the other officers there, but does that rise to the level of criminal liability?
Yeah, because they seem to want to hold, because the focus is around his immediate actions upon arrival.
Right.
And it's a really short period of time.
Right. Yeah, and that is any first responding officer could say, and I've questioned many of them both as a prosecutor and defense attorney. You're asking a lot. The first officer at the scene has to try to gather information that's being called in, not always clear, sometimes it's conflicting,
Right.
identify potential threats, identify potential victims, who can he help, what does he need, what type of reinforcements do you need? I mean, at that point when he first got the call out, again, the initial call was a car accident. And so there's all sorts of issues that are coming to play, and you're asking Officer Gonzales to make all these split-second decisions.
And make them perfectly.
Right.
Or you're going to be held criminally liable.
Yeah. And we keep going back to it. I feel for the families. In no way does this assuage any of that, right? I mean, the emotional loss of losing your child like that is devastating. But the issue becomes, is this Ramos's fault, the shooter? Is this the police department as a whole for lack of training? Or are we going to hold Adrian Gonzales responsible?
Yeah, and that's the hard part because, we've heard, testimony from these teachers and we've heard testimony from the parents that is just gut wrenching. For me, actually, the part in the trial that the part that hit me the most was they played the surveillance video from the school. And you couldn't see it, but you could hear it.
Yeah.
And you could hear one of the teachers calling 911. And you could hear the sounds of gunfire. And I thought, my God, the gunfire is never going to stop,
Yeah.
And then after that, and my heart just dropped. And then the other thing I thought for me that was really impactful was when they had the medical examiner testify and just go through kid by kid by kid. They're the ones that died, and I just and then we had a parent testified right after that, and it just you can't hear all that and not be affected. And they were saying at the beginning of the trial that there's not that all of these jurors, in fact, I think anybody that is in that courtroom or is listening to this, of course, we're getting a little bit more of a sanitized version because we're
Right.
not seeing everything. You're forever changed by it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and to your point, I mean, about the emotional part of it, I made a note of this before, and just kind of going through the timeline of things, and there were call outs from officers, not necessarily with the testimony we heard today, but previously, about requesting resources and equipment and those ballistic shields and extra ballistic shields. And again, as a parent, you're thinking those little children didn't have resources. They didn't have ballistic shields. Just go help them, right? And when you're watching that body cam footage of Coronado's, there's this emotional, visceral reaction to all that. I mean, it's just a tragic situation all around.
It is hard, and it's hard. There's no good explanations for why it took them 77 minutes to finally make entry. And when you've got 370 plus officers out there, that is hard to explain. But but holding Adrian Gonzales accountable for the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't think that's the resolution. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think there's a failure in decision making, a failure in the chain of command in terms of how information went from one person to the other, failure in training, whatever the case may be. And they do need to be held accountable in that sense. What does that look like? I'm not sure. However, holding Adrian Gonzales out alone and essentially making him a scapegoat for those failures doesn't seem very just.
Yeah, and it's a difficult one, and I don't, it's obviously going to ultimately be for a jury to decide. What do you think? Of course, we don't know what the jury's going to do, but if you were going to make a case like this as a prosecutor, what did you need to do?
It's a very good question. I think that number one, establishing the emotional component is very big, because it's sad, and anything and everything that could have been done to prevent the death of one child, much less 19 children and all the others who are injured. All of that should have been done. And pointing out all along the way things that did not occur to prevent that are things to highlight as a prosecutor. But we talked about this earlier. I do think it almost would have been more beneficial to the state to have brought charges against several of the officers. If we're going to hold officers to this standard, then all of them who failed to act in a similar way should be held liable. And if that had been the case, I think it would seem less that this is just a symbolic situation where, we feel bad for the families. This has been a tragedy. We don't have Ramos to go after, so we're gonna put somebody on for trial. So I think as a prosecution, they likely needed to keep it a little bit shorter than it's been, get more to the point. The emotional part of it needed to get played up, which they've done a decent amount of, but they've also kind of meandered a little too often.
Okay, we have the judge on this.
Here we go.
Thank you. Members of the jury, my apologies. Something's come up that's beyond our control. A juror's wife has been taken to the hospital over lunch, and he's at the hospital. We don't know the status, and we do have alternates, but the problem is we need to know the exact status and his ability to be able to continue to serve before we impanel an alternate under the law. So I'm going to beg your indulgence, and I'm going to apologize to you, but in order for him to get a status update and give us more information, we're going to have to recess today to allow him to do that. And we will resume with you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. He's going to hopefully be here tomorrow at 8:30 to update us on what his ability to serve is. So remember my instructions, and please don't discuss the case with anybody. Don't listen to anything that may be in the media or watch anything that may be in the media. And we will see you back to continue with the redirect of this witness at 9 o'clock. All right, thank you all. Would you rise for the jury, please?
Oh, okay. There we are. Well,
Okay. Well, that was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
That's fine,
An
though.
unplanned situation. So, court has recessed for the day because the a juror's wife is in the hospital and they're waiting to find out her status. And so,
as the judge explained, they do have alternates available to step in. However, if that juror can return, then they want to keep the original 12. So the judge will give them enough time to make a determination if an alternate needs to step in or not.
yeah, and so obviously that means that we're losing yet another basically half day. I mean, that's been, I think, the difficulty on this one.
And it's kind of interesting strategically. If you look at it, of course, we feel bad for whatever happened. Hopefully that spouse is okay. But strategically, we look at it on the lawyer's point of view. This gives both sides a chance to reassess. So the prosecution can go back, regroup, maybe examine a little bit more closely the points that the defense made on cross-examination.
Okay, I think we don't need to listen to all that now. Okay, so that's an early one for us. Jam and toast, or marmalade and toast. It's not peanut butter and jelly. It's just marmalade on toast. So a bit of butter, then marmalade on top of it. It's lovely. Even though the marmalade I did have is a bit sour. Oh, that is excellent news. We've had 9-hour streams all throughout. So I'm very glad that we can cut this off. Now, obviously, this drags this trial on a little bit. So we'll probably be middle next week, end of next week by the time we finish. So, which is longer than expected. But it is what it is. In some ways, I hope she's okay, the juror's wife. But I wish this sort of happened before they went for lunch break. Do you know what I mean? But it is what it is. It is what it is. Right, everyone. I'm going to leave it there. I've got a headache. So, thanks to all of you. Please make sure you like the stream before you leave. And I shall see you all tomorrow morning, bright and early. I'll be on for about 8:45 East. So sorry, 8:45 Central, 9:45 Eastern. The court might be open a little bit earlier, but it doesn't matter. We can zoom through it if we need to. With that, everyone, thank you very much for being here today. As always, thank you. Love most of you, and see you tomorrow. Take care. Good night.